Good evening and welcome to today's special presentations. Today's date is February 21st, 2023, here in the council chambers at the City of Moreno Valley City Hall. Thank you all for being here with us this evening. I'm going to come down here to the mic in front for today's special presentations, and we'll go through with that special recognition. Good evening once again. Thank you so much for being here with us today as we recognize a few special folks here in the community and shine a spotlight on some of the amazing things that are happening here in our city. For tonight's special presentation, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge the Moreno Valley Unified School District's Saturday STEAM Academy. STEAM, as some of you may know, stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics, and focuses on honing students' interests in their respective field. The Saturday STEAM Academy recently had their 2023 STEAM Unity Expo, which was tailor-made to allow students to discover new hobbies and passions in the fields of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. These are all industries that can pave the way to a successful and exciting future for our youth. I want to congratulate my friends at MVUSD for bringing this fruitful and vital event to the community. Under the leadership of Superintendent Dr. Martin Rex Kedziora and Board Member Jesus Holguin, and everyone else at Moreno Valley Unified School District for providing these opportunities and creating these pathways for our students to succeed. At this time, could you please join me here, folks from Moreno Valley Unified, Dr. Kedziora, Board Member Jesus Holguin, and everybody else here from the school district. If you could please join me at the microphone. And if we could give them a round of applause, please. See you again. Welcome. If you guys want to come around this way too? We all fit. We're all family here. And I just briefly want to mention as well, I still remember that back in elementary school, when I was in the early stages of my education, some of us might remember floppy disks. Right? Big, thick floppy disks that we still used to use back when I was a kid. And now we all have supercomputers in our pockets that we can pull out at every moment. And there's all kinds of technology that is coming up every single day. And the folks here behind me and our students across our community are using that technology for careers, for educational purposes, and to create the future of our world. And it's really exciting because Moreno Valley Unified has really taken this initiative and has been a leader here in the community for things like EV buses. And today specifically, we're looking at the STEAM Academy. And so in that vision, there are two directors that we have here with us today that are at the forefront and are leading that effort for student engagement and student advancement. And that is Mr. Josh Combs here and Mr. Peter Whitmore as well. Who are here with us today. And I did have an opportunity to visit them when they had an event there at Vista del Lago High School in the theater. And I believe it was Rocket League. It was a tournament that was taking place there. And some of you may know, and some of you may have seen the opportunities that there are for our youth to play video games, not just for entertainment, but to actually make money in the process. And with that, there's a lot of different components within esports in particular that teach skills, whether that's coding or learning how to build a computer, the hardware, the software part of things. There's so many different opportunities that could come with this that will provide a lot of opportunities for our youth moving forward. So Mr. Combs and Mr. Whitmore are coordinators at the school district's Technology, Innovation, and Assessment team, working closely with students and administrative staff to bring the expansive and evolving world of esports to our children. Helping coordinate their efforts is Ms. Jessica Roque, who unfortunately could not attend tonight's special presentations, but is a tremendous part of the esports support staff. With a roster of nearly 1,500, coordination is key, and Ms. Roque exceeds expectations. Through their hard work and dedication to the craft, MVUSD was selected as a national affiliate for the NASEF, which stands for North American Scholastic Esports Federation, with Mr. Whitmore being recognized as the NASEF Fellow. The North American Scholastic Esports Federation draws parallels to our forefathers' interpretation of attributes acquired in sports, utilizing esports to contribute to the development of collaboration, problem solving, and organizational skills in our exceptional youth. We do have certificates here that we're going to be presenting to Mr. Josh Combs and Mr. Peter Whitmore, and we'll send you home with Ms. Jessica Roque's certificate as well, so you can hand that to her. And I would like to just congratulate you all on the amazing work that you are doing with MVUSD, with our youth, with our students. We cannot thank you enough because we all serve the same constituents. At the end of the day, we're all trying to create better lives for all of our residents. So at this time, I do want to open the floor and pass over the mic to the four of you, if you'd like to share a few remarks and share a few words here.
All right. Thank you so much for this great honor. Distinguished council members, Mayor, thank you so much. Want to give a big thank you to Dr. Kedziora. Big thank you to our school board in Moreno Valley, both of whom have been super supportive, along with Dr. Arce, our chief academic officer, our wonderful directors. There's one right there. That's Ani Velasco, our Director of Community Engagement, also John Black and Carol Boyan-Hill. These are all people who have said, yeah, we kind of get it. We really like the opportunities that we can afford our students through the use of gaming. And I wouldn't be the person who I am if it weren't for my wife, Sonia, who's sitting right there, and my three sons. There's Samuel and Henry and Diego right there, who keep me on my toes with the gaming aspects, keep me up to speed. And also a big shout out to the actual coaches. We have programs at all but 5 of our schools now in Moreno Valley. And so we're just about there getting a complete, we've only been doing this for a year and a half. So it's been spreading really quickly and very positively. And we have a coach at every site who takes on extra duty to have kids come after school or before school or during lunch to not just game, but get involved in the activities you heard Mayor talking about, which is your coding and your tech setup. Our kids run all of our events. They do the streaming and the lighting and the audio and the shoutcasting, which is like broadcasting, but for esports, it's more enthusiastic, so it's called shoutcasting. So that's the whole idea is, yes, they come in for the games and they leave with college and career skills that they may never have even dreamt of without this opportunity. So that our program's getting recognized, it means a lot to us all, and means a lot to our kids who are really working hard in this journey. So thank you very much. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
He's the talker. I just want to say thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the mayor and the city council members, the city of Moreno Valley, for recognizing this one of many opportunities for students that the district has established. And, you know, the vision of the superintendent and his team, you know, it's just amazing. Opening opportunities for students to learn, to experience, and to get prepared for college and career. And the Board of Education, on behalf of my colleagues, I just want to say thank you to all of them for the work that they do every single day for our students, and also for the city, for the recognition, because I think it is important, as it was mentioned before, we all serve the same constituents. So recognizing this allows us to expand our division and expand the opportunities for our students in our community. So thank you so much.
What would it be if I didn't get to talk? Thank you, everybody. I wanted you to know this does feel really good, because I'm usually giving it out at the district, but to be up here, and y'all are kind of smiling at us and stuff, I just want y'all to know it means a lot when we work together and how much we support each other and the collaboration, because it takes all of us to make these things happen. So I just want to thank you for what you do for us every day, the city, and how you support the schools and all the people that work in our community, because it really does mean a lot to our students, and they don't always know who's there in the background, but we do, so thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I do have the certificates here with me. At this time, I'm going to present these on behalf of the City of Moreno Valley and the City Council. We have a certificate here for Mr. Josh Combs and a certificate for Mr. Peter Whitmore for all the work that they're doing with MVUSD Esports. Thank you so much and congratulations. We can take a picture. You want to come down?
Get a few of you on the second step so we can kind of color folks on the second step in the back. Perfect. All right, we'll do a couple. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
And family members are here too. You want to bring them up for a picture as well? You want to bring your family up for a picture as well?
Whitmore's. Yeah.
Whitmore's, come on up.
Family picture.
I told the little guy he had to give a speech.
It's definitely a challenge.
Probably better than like speech.
No.
See, he's think you really need your family.
Yeah.
You in the front just a little bit this way so you're not blocking his face. Wonderful. All right. And we'll do 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. That was great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then can I leave this with you as well? So
Thank
can
you.
take that? Okay. Thank you once again to MVUSD for being here with us today. We always love to see you here in the council chamber, and to your family members as well for being here to accompany you. So that will conclude our special presentations for this evening. We will be back shortly for our regular city council meeting. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the City Council here in the council chamber at City Hall. Moreno Valley Community Services District, City as successor agency for the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Moreno Valley, Moreno Valley Housing Authority, Moreno Valley Public Financing Authority, and the Board of Library Trustees. The City Council receives a separate stipend for CSD meetings. I now call this meeting to order on February 21st, 2023 at 6:01 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado, followed by the invocation by Pastor Gabriel Carlson of Moreno Valley Christian Assembly.
Let's pray. Lord, we are so thankful that you have established this city. You've established leaders and you've given us people who care deeply about the matters of this city. Lord, we pray that tonight you would just give an amazing amount of guidance. Lord, give us eyes to see how you would direct us, how you would have us live, how you would have us conduct ourselves in the city of Moreno Valley. Lord, we just seek your wisdom and guidance tonight. Lord, we pray that you would give a confidence and a boldness to all who are gathered today to speak clearly and to speak their minds about their concerns. And Lord, that we would have a compassionate hearts to hear and then to move in directions that we see fit, that serve us well, and of course are honoring to you. Lord, we thank you for all those who serve in various capacities in our city. Lord, continue just to bless them. And Lord, just lavish them with your good grace. And we thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Here.
Councilmember Marcus,
Here.
Councilmember Bernard,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delgado,
Here, ma'am.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Here. Staff introductions, please.
Jane Halstead, City Clerk.
Patty Rodriguez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Paul Bradvica, Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, Interim City Attorney.
Mike Lee, City Manager.
Brian Mohan, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Michael Lloyd, Assistant City Manager for Development Services.
Ben Yamancha, Community Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Lieutenant Tyson Vossen for Chief Reichel.
Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, staff. A reminder that the city is currently offering Spanish translation services if anyone is interested in this feature. Si alguien necesita un traductor en español para traducir sus palabras en español, ofrecemos esos servicios y con mucho gusto nomás nos dejan saber y nosotros les podemos ayudar. Before we hear public comments this evening, I ask and encourage everyone participating to keep their comments respectful toward others, especially toward the individuals speaking. I embrace and support the First Amendment right to free speech, including everyone's right to speak at this meeting and to share their views about issues concerning our city, but we can be more productive by being civil and respectful toward one another in this meeting. Finally, I ask that all speakers bear in mind that comments will be limited for each speaker, and I encourage everyone to refrain from duplicating comments already made by others other than to note that you agree or disagree. In order to preserve the meeting decorum, council and staff will not respond during public comments. Any council comments or questions to staff may be addressed during the council closing comments. Public comments on matters not on the agenda will be taken on at this time. Each speaker will be allowed a total of 3 minutes to speak on any and all items which are not on the agenda, which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Paul, do we have any? We have 3, Mayor.
3 speakers for items not on the agenda.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The first one is Danny Z., Tom Gerald Sr., and Judy Bryce.
If you heard your name called, please feel free to come up here one by one to the microphone. And on the list, I think in order here, we have first Judy Bryce, if Judy Bryce is here. Hello.
Oh, you messed up.
Evening. I was here 2 weeks ago regarding my ADU, and tonight I'm here to thank Manny, James, and Danae for getting it approved within 3 days of when I was here. That's it. Just wanted to thank them all. They did a wonderful job. Most of my problem was my architect. A little bit with the city, but most of it was little bit was the architect in that. That's it. I told them I'd come and tell them I appreciate their help. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Tom Gerald Sr. and Danny T. Pardon me, Daryl T.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and staff, and public, both here in the chambers and watching at home or on the internet. Thank you for the opportunity to address our city council tonight. The first thing I want to do, I had spoken recently about crime issues, and I just wanted to thank our police department. We've seen a definite increase in patrol. I have interfaced with a few of the deputies and actually a sergeant and a lieutenant, so I really appreciate the level of service, and it's important. It does make a difference. We're seeing things have calmed down a little bit, so we pray it holds together. And then I wanted to give a little plug for one of my favorite things, Thursday night, the concert, the Moreno Valley Wind Symphony, right next door at the Community Services Building, and the acoustics are quite good there, and if you haven't attended one, it's just a real gift to our city, and these people do an incredible job. It's free to the public. Especially encourage families to bring their children and stuff, get some beautiful, beautiful music. So you can't beat the price. And then finally, I wanted to acknowledge the passing of a really decent fellow, Mr. Cassette, Tim Cassette, and recently, I think it was January 6th, or February 6th, I misspoke, and but just a real gentleman. I remember he was Citizen of the Year about 10 years ago. I didn't realize it was that long, and I remember the night he got his award thinking, this is the type of person we need to honor. Just how can I help you, gentleman, and a real community person. So anyhow, I want to remember his family and his contributions he made for a long time to the city. So thank you very much.
The next 3 speakers are Daryl T., Christopher Baca, and Bob Palomares.
Hi, my name is Daryl Terrell. I live here in Moville. For as long as I can remember, the health of our city's economy has been judged in terms of real estate deals or the number of jobs we bring in from somewhere else. We must consider how we can meet the high growth industries in this community. That includes manufacturing, that means healthcare, logistics, constructions, and we must meet those needs and meet their needs when they have job openings where they can't find any qualified workers. Many of them pay a livable wage with economic mobility and don't require a 4-year degree, but specialized training. However, we got a lot of job training programs at the county, but not all of them are doing what they should be doing and filling job openings that exist right now in our community. And we got to get away from this train and pray. You train people first, then you pray you get a job. What we need is a new look at where are the jobs. Take a job-driven approach to training. That's what my proposed mobile high-growth hybrid apprenticeship training initiative does, which I will submit into the public record, that allows our residents to earn and learn instead of train and pray. This initiative has two goals. First is to train our residents with the skills they need to fill actual job openings in our business community, in our high growth industry. To fill those jobs with trained residents through higher morale. Under this proposed initiative, we would create a public-private collaboration with a high-growth industry business like Karma in our county in Moreno Valley College. And through this collaboration, we will leverage our combined resources and share costs in creating direct career paths to existing job openings in the high-growth industries. We would work with that business in finding out what jobs need to be filled and what skills are required for that specific job. Then Moreno Valley College will work with that business to help design the curriculum and creating an earn and learn hybrid apprenticeship training program to fill those jobs at that business. Our residents will go through the program spending 4 hours in the classroom at Moreno Valley College, and they will spend 4 hours applying what they learn on the floor at that business. And at the end of that program, our residents will not only earn a certificate, but a job. Not a job they train for any job, but a job at that facility. So that's what we have to do. We have to think big. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Christopher Baca, Bob Palomares, and Jesus Alaman.
Good evening, council and staff and community. I just wanted to echo a little of what Tom Jarrell was mentioning about the police presence on Sunnymead Boulevard. I've seen quite a bit late at night, and we want to commend the police for responding to those calls of more visual police presence in order to try to, stop some of the crime going on there. But I wanted to go a little further as far as Sunnymead Boulevard, and I think the city did a good job on trimming those palm trees, all those palm trees. It's a really nice, very nice street with those palm trees, and once they're trimmed out, it looks really nice. But I wanted to go a bit further, and maybe you can, come out with some grant for business owners, like some of the other comments were made that now there's a lot of those palm trees in the private areas of businesses that are not being taken care of, and as a public health thing, maybe the city can, come up with some kind of grant or something to either take down those palm trees. They're mostly, overgrown for decades, and they probably are full of quite a few vermin and so forth. And with the wind and the heat and all that, the dust, and it can cause diseases and so forth. So it would be really nice if the city can really tear down a lot of those palm trees that are not part of the city, but on those places. On another note, I was also mentioned years ago about the vacant lots. Sunnymead Boulevard can really be a nice area if some of those vacant lots were addressed with the non-existing owners. Are the owners out of state, or who are they? They're not maintaining their lots. I mentioned maybe you can, the city can have an ordinance and putting some kind of landscaping in the front or fencing and just make it look nice overall. On another note, on the public art, I'm all for public art, and I also want to commend the graffiti removal. You hardly see graffiti in the city, and that's because of the response time on those. That I've seen them, within hours being cleaned up, and I think we got to continue on the graffiti removal. But people are talking about murals and so forth. I'm all for public art, but I don't think murals are they just bring in more graffiti. Once people see those, you'll start seeing graffiti. So then they gotta, instead of covering them up, you're gonna end up, with bad murals. So I would I'm not in agreement with murals, but public arts, we need it. It'll make the city look nice. And some of the city plaques that say City of Moreno Valley, those need to be attended to because they're basically faded out. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Bob Palomares, Jesus Alaman, and Genevieve Alaman.
Good evening, Council. Chief, always good to see you guys, and thank you for all that you do. To me, safety is a big thing, public safety, our fire, police. And when I hear people use their agenda to take away the safety net that we have, and I'm speaking about Cabrera's compadre, Corey Jackson. I've seen that he's, first he was with Lydell from the Valverde School District, helping him push the defund police at the school district. And that's no good. Our kids, they need our protection, the police's protection. And now he's coming out with the K9, and I know everybody knows about that. That's a magnificent tool for law enforcement. You can stop a dog, but you can't stop a bullet. So the dogs are good. And we just, need to put him in check because he's devaluing public safety. That's what he's doing to me. I don't, because these K9s, of course, they save lives, citizens' lives and the policemen themselves, They're going to take it before the officer does. And we know what it is to lose officers, or anyone for that matter. So Corey Jackson is just, like Chief Bianco said, a self-serving politician. That's all he is. He's a king of the, what do they call it, the nonprofits. He's gotten a lot of money, and where is it all at? Only he can answer that. So, this is all about public safety, so I want everybody to think about that, the public comes first and the safety. He's just a politician, and he's good at it, so thank you.
The next speakers are Jesus Alleman and Geneve Alleman.
Good evening. Good evening, Council and Mayor Cabrera. Today, my daughter, my wife, and friends have gathered today to speak on behalf of making art a priority. Today, you will hear from all the community and local artists, and I'm happy to call them my friends. Friends is something a lot of us don't have, and that's just one benefit of what art brings. My life has done a 180. I'm coming to you as an artist, a parent, and a kid that grew up with Parks and Recreation. I grew up in Casablanca, where there was one artist and well-respected. You didn't ask him for favors. You would save money and take it to the professionals. These artists represented us. They painted the walls to encourage us to survive in the mean world. Sometimes life gets hard and no one understands, and you see an image and life's okay again. Easy as that. I never worked locally, and I was always away from home. As a parent, we worry about raising our kids. Moreno Valley needs positive motivation, saying murals across town, saying to dream, to believe in yourself. I didn't believe in myself until now. Our community should have a place where we can gather, like museums, galleries, to showcase our artists. Growing up in Casablanca, our murals weren't tagged on. I grew up helping my sister at Villegas Park because she worked there. I joined the Casablanca Boxing Club at 12 years old. A photographer came and took pictures, and then my trainer, and I was featured in the Riverside Art Museum in the gallery. We were all invited to downtown, and it was my first time seeing life being appreciated by slowing down and taking a picture. I spent my life as a concrete carpenter, finisher, not knowing what life could be if I believed in myself. Today, I'm a featured artist inside the Riverside Art Museum. I brought the community out here to tell their stories. These are murals that will encourage us and just to tell us, what we need. Like, it gives us love. Recently, a friend of mine, he was part of the boxing club. He's the UCR Chicanos professor there, and he found this picture. It was in the UCR arts department but it went back to me. It was received. I got it back from me the day I first started the Riverside Art Museum, and I was working on my project. Ain't that funny? So I'm telling you, this is a bigger story than what's going on here. To bring murals, to bring art to our city is gonna bring like the future, like someone in the future is gonna make a big impact, and we're just a small little puzzle, little piece in the puzzle. So thank you guys.
Genevieve Alleman.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Alleman. I am here as a Moreno Valley resident that loves their city. No city is perfect. There are a lot of problems that we need to tackle to the points where it may get overwhelming and nothing gets done. Partly because a lot of people can't agree on certain topics. I have a place where we can start making change within our city. Last Sunday, we had over 50 Moreno Valley artist residents come to a public visioning art session. We are building a team of artists that can proudly represent our town, Moreno Valley. A team of people that want to work together to help change our city. A group of people that aren't just thinking of themselves, but the overall impact of what art can do for Moreno Valley's legacy. We have the creative community here. If you are here today in regards of the desperate need for public art in our city, please stand tall for me. You have a city full of creatives that have to go to different towns to display their work. They have to drive away from Moreno Valley to feel valued as an artist. To me, that is an alarming. You have all this talent, but it's going to waste because we aren't accommodating their needs, their talents. There's no opportunity for them to grow here. Today is the first conversation asking Moreno Valley staff to help uplift their artists. Let's design a plan, a program to help find state grants that can help beautify our neighborhoods. Let's start with underserved parts of Moreno Valley. They deserve to feel proud where they live. Let's find ways to engage the people in our town to come together and create art. Art is a language that allows us to speak without using words, connects one another in a way that nothing else can. I found my creative community in my town, and I will continue to build through love, dedication, and time. I know this is not something that can be done overnight, but we must start somewhere, and that is where we are today. I want to look back on the city 10 years from now and feel proud of the art I see as I drive down Sunnymead, as I drive down Paris Boulevard. Moreno Valley is so beautiful, it's just lacking some color here and there. We have the people who have the skills to do it. We just need the support of our city and community to join in with us. One person can't do it on their own. In the old days, they had the village that allowed people to serve different roles in order to make their society function in the ways they needed it to. The hunters, the fishermen, clothing makers, cooks, but they worked together united. They had their community, which allowed them to survive. Moreno Valley can be a city that works together in hopes of making Moreno Valley a safe, fun, positive environment for anyone that lives here. And it will be a place that people visit because of the transformation that we all did together. Thank you.
Roy Bleckert is the final speaker.
Want to agree with the last speaker who said we don't take advantage of the talent level in this city. Not only in the art division, but just about everywhere else. Maybe we should have a study session on that particular subject like we did last week. And I would like to commend the council on doing that. I mean, it took, 3 years to finally get one in. Some interesting things came out. I will agree with Dave. Panhandling, yes. Bust their blank. You put that out there, you're going to encourage them on that. Shaylinda told you de facto why the county hospital is in Moreno Valley. And if you go back and look in the records, that will be blatantly clear who brought that out and why it was there, so thank you for pointing that out. The number 3 cop in Riverside County pointed out, the cops really can't handle this, and that's exactly true. They are law enforcement officers. They enforce the law. That's what they employed them to do. That's what we trained them to do. We did not train them to be social workers. And even Ms. Bernard said the social workers can't handle this is because government can't handle these issues. $47 billion. We do not address the core problem. We try to step around it. We don't address how to make housing affordable, and that's not empowering the government to jack the prices up higher like they've done to this day and make California the most unaffordable housing in the entire world. Hence, we have a housing crisis. That young lady that come up here and says, I don't have a house, because she doesn't have opportunity, because we, the people, have decided to take it away. That's what the report should have been about. That's how you should structure them, and hopefully that will happen in the future. As I said, we don't take advantage of the talent level in our community. This not only happens here, this happens across the board. In fact, I've been in this area for parts of 7 decades, my native area, before the city of Moreno Valley. This has been here. Our first agency, Moreno Valley Unified Crime Syndicate, has started it, continued it, and is even leading the charge. Tell them, not no, but hell no. We're not doing it your way. We're doing it the right way.
The last speaker is Luis Palomares.
Give me a minute, please. Okay, let me get my ducks in a row here. Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, a lot was said. A lot was said about the art, but I'll get into that in a while. As far as, the last council meeting, somebody dropped the F-bomb. That's a freedom of speech. Oh, wow. Our Mayor Cabrera says, have respect, respect. I get that. Yeah, I get it. And I think the speaker apologized for that. But when you're in passion, sometimes those things happen, and they come out with the gentleman that right now was talking about the art. It happens. Okay, saying all that, our mayor says, have respect. Mayor Cabrera says, have respect. But he didn't have no respect for the violation of the Brown Act. When everybody was telling you, don't do it. The city attorney, everybody, don't do it. And you still did it. Where was your respect then? Did you have respect for anybody? No, you didn't. And when you were doing all your violations of the Brown Act, there was no respect. The city attorney was explaining the marital duties last time, and you were bullying him. Where was the respect? Students are watching, right? Kids are in the room, right? They're learning from you, and you're learning from Marcus. Marcus right here, the one that gets away with everything. Your left-hand guy here, you're learning from him. Have respect. And then your dad comes out here and, talks all kinds of nonsense. Wait a minute. He's in the political arena. I could say whatever I want. Sue me if it's slander. Your wife, they're in the political arena, but they can say what they want about me. It's okay. I really don't care what they say. But when we're up here, this is my 3 minutes, my freedom of speech. You're all affiliated with Corey Jackson, the nonprofit king that really doesn't fix anything. He wants to take out the K-9 units. Are you serious? If there's a school under siege from some nut shooting off a gun, but there's nobody else in the room, but finally he decided to keep on shooting, come out shooting, we can't send a dog in there because Corey Jackson's taking it all away using the race car. It's all about, that's a bunch of nonsense. We need those K-9 units. I'd rather see a dog go down than an officer. They're valuable to us. That's our safety. But that's your agenda. You're affiliated with Corey Jackson. You support his agenda. You're in his arena. That's your guy. You're all running on each other's coattails, and you're all using each other for your personal agendas. That's right. You're going to be the president one day, right? And take Corey Jackson with you for your VP, because he's just an obstructionist in our city. He takes, and he doesn't put anything back. Now he wants to take the K-9 unit. He's dismantled other programs because he uses the race card. And you're all in bed with him, Cabrera. That's your people. That's your base. That's who you affiliate yourself with. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Danny Zuniga is the next speaker.
Please, your time is up. Louise, please, bailiffs, if you could please just make sure things are calm back there, please. And respect the next speaker that's in line. Go right ahead.
Good evening, council members, Moreno Valley supporters and residents. My name is Danny Zuniga. I am an employment specialist and an educator with the Riverside County Office of Education. In my professional career, I've spent over a decade allocating and providing both education and employment services to individuals across the lifespan, including transition-age youth with disabilities, for the entire Riverside County. I stand before you as a lifelong Moreno Valley resident with a dual perspective as a job developer and a rehabilitation counselor. With these perspectives, I hope to shed light regarding the possibility and benefit of a public arts policy for the city here in Moreno Valley. First, from an employment specialist perspective, my goal is to help facilitate pre-employment and work readiness skills to individuals. During my years with the Riverside County, I've needed to outsource jobs for clients to neighboring cities due to the lack of creative job opportunities in our city. I have found myself having to work closely with businesses in the Riverside area and in the desert who have given Moreno Valley residents the opportunity to be exposed to art-related work and who at the end of the day have decided to leave our city and live elsewhere where there are more artistic opportunities. The outsourcing of jobs to neighboring cities is just one example that I have lived through and create for my clients, all because of the lack of art development in our city. In their words, if there is no opportunities here, I have to go somewhere where there is. Secondly, from a rehabilitation point of view, think of community as a singular person comprised of different body parts all working together to achieve and strive for the best version of itself. Studies show that public art has a host of benefits for communities. Its community building powers can combat feelings of anxiety and social isolation. Art is a universal medicine and accessible to all, the expressive language of love. When locals participate in creating public art, these effects are amplified. One of the most meaningful effects of public art is that it creates community fingerprints, spaces that make people feel represented and give people a sense of ownership and belongingness in their neighborhoods. It is not the product of art that makes cities vibrant, it's the process of creating art that does so. Understanding that the arts and culture improve education, health, business activity, and social cohesion. And it's what ties our differing limbs into a consolidated community. When done right, arts can help catalyze our city's steps towards economic growth and communal prosperity. When city governments invest in arts and culture initiatives, city economies grow, communities grow, and they do so strongly and vibrantly. A city that underestimates arts and culture also underestimates their own citizens, because the arts is how we share ideas, express creativity, and find new ways to appreciate our differences. So please, council members, I beseech you, don't underestimate our plight, don't underestimate the arts, and more importantly, don't underestimate Moreno Valley. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker, Michelle Davis.
Good evening to all. My name is Michelle. I am the founder of a nonprofit called A Better You. You know, the last time I was here and when I left, my spirit was it was really troubled because, you know, it was said that everybody want to come up here and play the trump card of God. So I just want to not offend anyone, but I've played many other hands, and that has been the best hand that has been dealt out to me. Let me say that. And when I say that has been the best hand that has been dealt to me, that means that comes with love. That comes with forgiveness. That comes with all thy ways get an understanding. And it says if you have an odd with one of your brothers or sister, you go to them and you settle that. And what I've come to realize is that there's a lot of unforgiveness in people's spirits and their hearts. And it's sad because the community suffer. You know, the last time the young lady got up here and she spoke about how she didn't get an opportunity to really be able to take a picture with, you know, the mayor, and I dwelt on it and I thought about it and I said, you know, everybody wants that opportunity to have that picture taken. But here's the thing, some people come point fingers and they never realize that that person have a family emergency, that that person have another former engagement. Instead of pointing fingers, I feel that it would be very professional and easygoing if a person could say, you know what, I would hope that next time you would try to extend your time so that we could take those pictures that we would like to have, come up with solutions solutions and not always problems. And here, lastly, I would like to say, there's a lot of people that come up here and I notice, and they complain, and I don't know how many years they've been doing it, but it seems like they're very comfortable with more complaints and problems and less solutions. And here's what I would suggest if I was to say anything to anybody. It's a cold world out there, and there's a lot of people right now that will be sleeping outside while the wind is blowing extremely hard. There's a lot of young youth, and that's why I came to Moreno Valley and decided to open up a youth mentoring, intervention, and prevention program, because there's a lot of youth. You don't know how they're going to have to eat. They might break in your car, break in your house. You just don't never know. But there's a lot of youth out there that is suffering, and that they can use the hands and the help and the support of our people. And not only that, there's a lot of homeless people that will be raining for 3 days. How do we come up with trying to get past pointing fingers and problems and come up with some solutions? I would tell you how. If everybody can get together on one accord and begin to say, what can we do and what does moving forward look like? Well, it looks like everybody coming and saying, let's give everybody a fair chance, because everybody understands while everybody is at odds, the community is suffering, the people are suffering, the elders, the different individuals in this community suffer. Just like when I was in Sacramento, I was in Los Angeles, and everywhere I went to make a difference, and I would love to see that difference being started here and now. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers on
No.
this one?
That concludes public comments on matters not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I just want to briefly remind the public as well that at the beginning, I read off verbatim off of a script, talk about being respectful to others. And in the last council meeting, we went over decorum at our council meetings. And one of the things that we've clarified is that public speakers shouldn't be talking about family members of any of our council members or our staff. Family has nothing to do with our jobs that we do up here on a regular basis. So just want to clarify that. That's not something that I'm going to tolerate anymore moving forward. And also, you have 3 minutes to speak. Everybody has an equal opportunity to share their comments and speak. But once that 3 minutes is over and you're going back to get your seat, please don't yell at other people or cause a disruption. Again, just be respectful. So we're not going to tolerate that kind of behavior moving forward. So I just wanted to clarify that. We're going to move on now to public comments on matters on the agenda. If you wish to speak on any items on the consent calendar, you will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on all items on the consent calendar. If you wish to comment on any other items on the agenda other than the public hearing calendar, you will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on each item at the time that item is called up for consideration. But if we have a large number of speakers on a particular item, it may be necessary to reduce the amount of time for each speaker to comment on the item to allow the City Council time to complete its business here tonight. If we need to reduce the amount of time for public comment on any given agenda item because of the large number of speakers, each speaker will be provided the same amount of time for comment. For public hearing items, each speaker will be provided with at least 5 minutes to provide testimony on each public hearing item. Once again, for public hearing items specifically, we allow 5 minutes for public comment for public hearing items. So at this time, City Clerk, are there any requests to speak on any consent calendar items?
There are 2 requests to speak, Mayor. Daryl T. and Roy Bleckard.
Daryl, are you here?
Hi, my name is Daryl. I live here in Moreno Valley. I'm here in support of the acceptance of the JAG program grant. However, our quality of life is threatened every day on a different level when it comes to our public safety. We can't go a day without hearing about another crime in our community, whether the DA sees a record amount of meth, or whether a thief sprays lighter fluid on a retail worker, or whether it's a senseless shooting, or another violent robbery at an ATM machine by a felon with a gun, who are prohibited under federal law to have it. The most important responsibility of government is to protect its people. I would like for our sheriff I would like our chief to consider applying for the Project Safe Neighborhood Program grant administered by the U.S. Department of Justice. The closing date is April 11. I have information about this grant in this booklet, so I put it in the public record if he chooses to look at it. And Project Safe Neighborhoods has given law enforcement important resources to fight back, to combat violence, and bring in criminals to justice. Project Safe Neighborhood is a nationwide partnership between federal, state, and local law enforcement and prosecutors that uses evidence-based and data-driven approaches to reduce violent crime. Under Project Safe Neighborhoods, multiple law enforcement agencies cooperate and focus their enforcement efforts on organized criminal networks, repeat offenders that are driving the crime rates in our community. It has been proven to reduce violent crime in cities that participated by focusing law enforcement efforts on organized crime networks and repeat offenders, like I said before. But for example, Project Safe Neighborhoods was associated with a 13.1 decrease in violent crime in cities with a high rate of program participation, including double-digit reduction in total firearm crimes, homicides in every city examined by the study. Also, Project Safe Neighborhoods works to build trust and partnerships between law enforcement and the communities they serve. They coordinated outreach, public awareness, innovation tactics, and collaboration interventions. So applying for this critical grant will ensure that our community receives the resources needed to reduce dangerous crimes in our community. And as I said before, all this information I put in a booklet. If you choose to, council, I think we should do it because we need to hold these people accountable and get them out of our community. Thank you.
Roy Blackard.
So again, I'm going to call a point of order before my time starts. The rules and procedures were incorrectly, I believe, stated, and Mr. City Attorney and City Clerk, please correct me if I'm wrong. The rules and procedures say if items off the consent calendar are pulled, we have a right to comment on 3 minutes on those. Any other items, we have 3 minutes. I filed 2 speaker slips. If you're going to pull any items, A8 or A12, I want to know because I got 3 minutes on them, or am I doing this all in this one shot? If you're going to pull consent calendar items, you better do it before you start the public comments for that. Follow the rules and procedures. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council members, men and women, you have been emailed this 9,437 times with the rules and procedures. This has went on far too long. Are we going to follow the rules and procedures or not? Are you going to correctly state them, and which day are we going to start? And we're going to start with the mayors, the rules and procedures, how we do these meetings, 100%, how we get rid of the conflicts. Are you going to tell me which day this is going to start?
Give me 1 second before we actually start your time. I'm going to ask our city attorney if you could chime in here and just clarify a couple things, or if we need to just clarify anything.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't recall saying that nobody can comment on a consent calendar item that's pulled from the consent calendar, because that moves to a different portion of the agenda. And so my recommendation is that if an item is pulled from the consent calendar, the public should have an opportunity to discuss that item.
The complaint is that we're not announcing which items will be pulled, because if we pulled items that they're wanting to speak on, they would speak at a later time. But without knowing ahead of time, before we open the public speakers for consent, that would remove time for each item. So would it be better for us to announce which items will be pulled from consent, or to ask that question before we open the public comments on the remaining items of consent?
That's something that maybe at future meetings we can rearrange the order that this is on the agenda to try to clarify that point, right? In case any items are pulled from the agenda, that the public is made aware of that ahead of time, so that we don't run into this issue where you're not sure if an item will or will not be pulled. So As the city attorney clarified, if any items are pulled, obviously you'll get additional time to speak on that. But just for today, since the rules are not, we haven't clarified that, and we'll make sure to figure that out for the next meeting, I'm going to ask the council if there's any items that they're going to be pulling for separate action to clarify for Mr. Blecker so that he's aware of that.
Mr. Blecker, quick question, and I apologize.
No problem.
Because I did not, I don't have my email in front of me. I remember the two items. I knew one was A8. You weren't here beforehand, and I couldn't remember what the other one was.
A12.
A12, okay. So I will go ahead and pull those on your behalf.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I will wait till that comes up to comment on those items.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other public speakers?
There are no other public speakers, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That now brings us to the City Council opening comments. Would any council members like to make their reports and comments at this time instead of at the end of the meeting? Seeing none, we are now going to move to our joint consent calendar, section A through E on the agenda. All items listed under the consent calendar, section A, B, C, D, and E, are considered to be routine in nature and non-controversial and may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council or any affiliated agency requests that an item be removed for separate action. The motion to adopt the consent calendars is deemed to be a separate motion by each agency and shall be so recorded by the City Clerk. Items withdrawn for report or discussion will be heard after the public hearing items. All items listed under the consent calendar, section A through E, are considered to be routine and non-controversial. Items withdrawn for report or discussion will be heard after public hearing items. At this time, are there any council items removed for separate action?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one. I've been advised by the City Attorney's Office that I'm employed by the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. Section 1091 of the Government Code requires me to recuse myself from participating in the decision related to A5 on the consent calendar because I have a remote interest since I receive a salary from the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I've also been advised that since the item is on the consent calendar, I do not have to leave the chambers for the vote, during the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So just to clarify that, on item A5, Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado will be recusing himself from that particular item. Any other council requests or remove items for separate action?
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull A8 and A12.
That's A8 and A12. Is that for discussion and a separate vote? Or just for discussion or just for comments?
Discussion and separate vote.
Discussion and separate vote. Okay, that's items A8 and A12, pulled by Councilmember Bernard for separate discussion and a vote. Okay. Any other requests from the council? Okay. Seeing no further requests, that brings us now to City Council questions on consent items for discussion, if any. Feel free to hit your speaker button here on the screen. Seeing none, I entertain a motion by the council to approve the consent calendars. Again, with A5, a recusal from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, and excluding items A8 and A12. I entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Bacasana Cruz and a second by Councilmember David Marquez. Please vote. Okay, that item passes unanimously 5-0. And that moves us now to the next portion of our agenda, which is item F, public hearings. Questions or comments from the public on a public hearing matter are limited to 5 minutes per individual and must pertain to the subject under consideration. Those wishing to speak should complete a goldenrod speaker slip, which can be found on that table there by the door, and submit that speaker slip to our Sergeant at Arms. Item F1 is appeal of Planning Commission approval of plot plan for an automobile parking lot, and we have a report from Community Development.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and council members. Item F1 will be presented by our planning manager, planning official, Sean Keller.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The project before you this evening is a plot plan approval for an automobile parking lot. The project was approved by Planning Commission and is before you this evening because the city received timely appeals applications from both the County of Riverside and the Department of the Air Force. The 9.14 acre site is located on the east side of Heacock Street, south of Nandina Avenue, just north of the city limit and the Paris Valley storm drain. The project is within the clear zone designation of Specific Plan 208. There are minimal uses that can be conducted in this designation, automobile parking being one of them. The proposed parking lot, as designed, is consistent with the city standards and includes perimeter landscaping and fencing. There will be no trees on site nor any structures, as both of these are prohibited within the clear zone. As previously noted, the use is a permitted use, and the Planning Commission approved the project. At this time, I will hand the presentation over to Interim City Attorney Steve Quintanilla.
So I'd just like to make some comments about the legal issues that are involved here. Since this is a property-related issue, the applicant and members of the public are entitled to due process. Due process in this context means that we have to apply our general plan policies, our zoning ordinances, and all of our development standards. And if the applicant's proposed project meet all of our requirements and are determined to be consistent with our general plan and our zoning regulations and development standards, then it's most likely that the project should be approved based on those standards. And that's exactly what your Planning Commission did based on recommendations from your staff, who went through a lot of analysis over this project because we had some opposition to it. Now, at this point, what you're going to do is you're going to open up the public hearing, and you are going to receive input from not only the applicant, but also the appellants and members of the public who are here to comment tonight. But I do want to point out that one of the main issues for the appellants is that there is a development restriction that's been imposed on the project, which they purport prevents the city from taking action on this project. And I disagree with them on that, because there is case law that specifically provides that restrictions imposed on private property that doesn't involve the city is basically irrelevant to your decision. Because again, your decision has to be based on your municipal code, your general plan, and all of your development standards. The appellants, however, do have a remedy available to them, and that remedy is known as a quiet title action, and they can actually file a quiet title action against the property owner. And if they're successful in that it's a lawsuit, in that lawsuit, then they would likely receive a court order directed to the property owner, because the agreement is between the property owner and the Air Force. So they can actually get a court order that prevents the property owner from actually developing the property, regardless of the fact that the city council approved the project. So I just want to put that into the mix, because it's a very unique situation that we very seldom run into. But again, the restrictive easement on this property is an issue that is not relevant to your decision tonight. It should not bind, it's not binding on the city. Did I miss anything, Sean?
Don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean and City Attorney, for that report. That brings us next to council questions of staff. If you have any questions at this time, please go ahead and hit your speaker button here on the screen. I'll make sure to call on you. Council questions of staff at this time. And I do have one request here from Councilmember David Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. John, how long has this process been in the makings?
The application's been with us since spring of 2021.
21. Prior to that, has any action been taken? Planning?
I'm not aware of any applications for entitlements on this property that predate that time.
Okay. And when we did get the plans for this project, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the airbase did not have an input or any questions on it?
So as part of our regular procedures, we reach out to interested agencies, which included the March Air Reserve Base. It also included Riverside County Airport Land Use Commission. And we received no comments at that time from them in writing. Staff did separately reach out and speak with the base engineer. However, we received no specific comments from them in writing.
Okay. And this parking lot, when we're saying auto parking lot, there ain't going to be any tractors on it?
There's a condition within the project specifically to limit it to passenger vehicles only.
Only. So forget the trucks and tractors out, or trailers. The entrance exits from this parking lot, are they going to be monitored, or is it just an open parking lot?
So the parking lot as designed is gated and secured.
So it'll be closed at night, would you say, maybe?
I will defer to the applicant on the actual operational hours. That's not something that we were regulating under this permit.
And any items that are going to be installed, lighting posts and all that are going to be installed?
Because of the fact that it's within the clear zone, there is a limitation on how tall any item can be, and there's also a limitation on structures. Therefore, they will be the low bollards that you're used to seeing more in a walking type setting to provide adequate illumination for security purposes, but not to create a tall structure that would that could potentially have an impact on overflights.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any additional comments or, questions from the council at this time? Seeing none. That moves us now to the public hearing, which we'll go ahead and open at this time. Next, we have a presentation by is it the appellant here or the applicant who will be giving a presentation here?
Applicant.
The applicant, okay. So at this time, if the applicant is present here in the chamber, you have an opportunity to give a presentation here. Feel free to go ahead and come up here to the podium and you can get started on your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Frank Coyle. I'm with Cask Engineering and Consulting. I am here also with David Scheib. He's the applicant for the project, and Marty Kosser, who will be presenting the PowerPoint before you. Before he gives you a presentation, just wanted to let you know that if you have any questions on the project, the initial study, more than happy to answer them for you. Earlier today, I believe you should have received a letter from the applicant. Essentially, that letter states that he is respectfully requesting that City Council uphold the Planning Commission decision and approve the plot plan as well as certification of the ISM&D. And with that, I will turn it over to Marty, who will give you a presentation on the project site. Thank you.
Thank you. And after the presentation, there will be opportunity for questions from the council for you, the applicant, as well.
Thank you, Council. My name is Marty Klauser. I'm with the applicant, David Scheib. This was actually a presentation that we presented during the Planning Commission hearing. I'm going to go through it as quickly as possible, maybe point out some of the key features. I might skip a few items. But as was previously stated, SB 208 does identify compatible land uses, including roads, agricultural, automobile parking, and open space. In the applicant's rebuttal to opposition, the airbase cited several issues: safety hazards, noise, issues with auto parking, easement, and economic issues. Basically, what I'm going to assert, and it was asserted in the letter that we presented earlier today, is that the appellants offered zero evidence or studies of any kind regarding this specific approved project and how it might affect any of these issues, be it safety hazards, noise, the auto parking issue, easement, and economic development. They cite a lot of statistics about the economy. They cite a lot of statistics about potential accidents and safety hazards. But again, they don't cite any specific evidence or studies pertaining specifically to this site. Another issue is assemblages of people. Some of the approved, interestingly enough, the approved uses other than automobile parking, some of those do require assemblages of people. Roadways have vehicles. And those vehicles are going to include passenger vehicles. They're going to include trucks, trailers, all sorts of occupancy of individuals and of material passing over the roadways. As you know, there's a joint multi-jurisdictional effort to extend HECOC past this project from Nandina down to Harley Knox. And that's to alleviate all of the traffic on Cactus and some of the other areas, all the trucks that are passing along. So again, there's significant occupancy, including agriculture. How does one do agriculture? You need agriculture workers, you need farm equipment, you need other things. There is occupancy that occurs during those activities. So once again, that objection doesn't really, I would say, hold water in this case. Also, I'm going to show as briefly as possible, in this clear zone, the present clear zone that affects the subject property, all of these activities are already going on. They've been going on for at least 20 years, since 2002. And that, because I have aerial images that show that activity that's been occurring since that period of time. Things like auto and truck parking, trailer parking, storage, residential uses, auto dismantling, and industrial. So this clear zone is not sacrosanct by any means, and it is not inviolable, as the individuals that is going to speak after me are going to assert. This kind of gives you an overview of the clear zone, and we identified 32 separate parcels in the clear zone. 18 parcels, including the subject, are privately owned, and the remaining are government owned. So you can see the clear zone boundary, which starts at the basically the beginning of the landing area on the runway. It extends 1,500 feet in both directions, so a total of 3,000 feet, and then 3,000 feet long. So each one of those parcels is identified, and I indicated which ones are privately owned and government owned. This is a list. It's in your file. We focus primarily on those parcels that are not government owned but are occupied by private individuals. So you can those are identified by the map number on there. 7 of the parcels are occupied with significant assemblages of people, uses including residential parking, storage, commercial, industrial. There's improvements on a property with a double wide trailer, a residence, a barn structures, truck and auto parking, trailer parking, storage lot, a scrapyard, fencing, and more. Again, these activities are already going on in this clear zone. This is a more detailed breakdown of those 7 parcels, with an analysis showing ownership, what the land use code is per the title company, which comes from the county. It also breaks down what types of easements are on the property. And there are several of these properties that have a navigation easement that they're going to bring up later on, which your city attorney has already said it doesn't prevent you from approving the project. So there are already easements out there, but you can see the activity that's going on in the parcel. Two of the 7 parcels, 2 parcels have no avigation easement. 4 parcels have the same or similar avigation easement as the subject. 1 parcel has an additional avigation easement and release dated 2005 that was from the owner who granted the easement, and it was accepted by March Air Reserve Base on behalf of the March Inland Port Authority and City of Paris, the grantees, in order to authorize the owner's development of the property. And that's with the blue star you can see there. And that's actually about the same distance, or maybe a little bit closer to the runway. The 1 parcel owned by the U.S. government includes the personal residence with a double-wide trailer, barn, house, parking lot, and I can testify there were at least 4 dogs on the property because they weren't very happy when I took those pictures. Here's just some images and an analysis of the clear zone today. You can see significant activity within there. Again, this is the same clear zone that's subject to the property. Parcel number 8 has an active business license but no easement. That's with the City of Paris. Parcel 29 has an active business license and a navigation easement recorded in 2005, and 5 parcels do not have any certificate of occupancy or business license issued by the City of Paris. So basically you can say, contrary to what they're going to tell you shortly, is that the aerial images of the base show that activity in the clear zone has been allowed to exist, expand, and intensify more than 20 years. Here you can see this first image. I got to back up one, sorry. First image from 2002. Again, this is a clear zone. You see mostly the land around the clear zone is undeveloped. So in the clear zone, mostly undeveloped. But you can see there's activity within the clear zone in the circles and the bubbles. To continue through these slides, 2005, 2011, some additional activity going on. 2016, even greater activity, now within about 500-600 feet of the end of the runway. The clear, it would be much closer than the subject property. 2016, no change. In fact, just a continuation. 2019, 2021, even greater activity is occurring. I want to stop here for a second. From the time that we submitted the letter previously till probably literally just a couple hours ago, we came across some new and interesting information. You'll notice in the top right-hand corner of that clear zone, about the second parcel over, that looks like it's kind of a upside-down L-shaped. So it has a part that starts on Patterson and Paris, extends down to that probably access road. So we have at least one source that we believe is reliable that indicated to us that they were leasing that lot and then subletting to storage people that wanted to store items, trucks, trailers, all kinds of items. They indicated to us that their lease basically came due. It did not get renewed because the ownership was in negotiations with Amazon to lease that parcel for parking. Okay? So presumably, and perhaps even with the, and maybe this is a question for the appellants, did they have knowledge of this? We don't know. It was essentially from a reliable source that they have to vacate that lot by April 15th. And at such time, Amazon is going to take it over, use it as a parking lot, maybe even potentially develop it down the road for further avigation uses, for potentially for either a maintenance yard for their airplanes or some other purpose. But interesting enough, there's planning a parking lot there. These are just some of the images. That's actually, the bottom images are what we did in December, but it looks a lot like that. But that's some of those areas will go away, obviously, when Amazon takes it over. Real quickly, I want to show you a couple examples of air bases where This type of activity is not only allowed, but it's very extensive. So in Honolulu, the Joint Air Base, Hickam the Air Force, shares the runways with the NOA International Airport. I should know because I was stationed in Pearl Harbor when I was in the Navy 25 years ago. You can see by looking at these images the amount of activity occurring within a area that's called a clear zone, because the Air Force establishes clear zones around all the runways. It's part. They're going to explain that to you shortly. So you can see I counted 60 or more structures, 10 or more parking lots, Hertz car rental business, a hotel, restaurants, privately owned properties and businesses, significant commercial activity, all occurring adjacent to a runway that presumably where the B-2 bomber lands. Again, these clear zones are not sacrosanct. This is superimposing the subject lot over this clear zone and Hickam. So you can kind of see what's going on around where that lot is located, would be located. Here's another one a little closer to home. This is North Island Naval Air Station in Coronado. We've all been there, go to the Hotel Del, you know, beautiful place to go up and down the beach. Right at the end of the beach before you get to the Air Force Base is the clear zone. And you can go to their website and you can find the clear zone. Within that clear zone, roughly 61 luxury homes valued up to $15 million. A golf course, a public park, which you can rent from the city for public functions, a public dog beach where you have to park in the clear zone to go to the beach, okay? A kid's playground, literally adjacent to the northern red line of that clear zone is a kid's playground, public, and of course parking. There's one, the house located literally on the corner, estimated value, $9 million. Again, these clear zones are not sacrosanct. Here's an image taken showing about 100 people, or showing the field that you can rent for up to 100 people, but you can see plus or minus 25 people probably enjoying a soccer game or some other thing, and you can see on the left-hand side around the middle of the image the children's playground. This is also where everybody parks to go to the dog beach, because you enter the dog beach right there on that south end of that roundabout. That's where you enter the walkway to go to the dog beach. And I should know because that's where I walk my dogs. The subject property's relative location, again, superimposed over this clear zone. And you can see the types of craft that are authorized and been designated by the Navy to fly in and out of there. Again, these are significant. Here's another one a little bit further away from home. Fresno, this is run by the California Air National Guard, which falls under the purview of the Air Force, the home of the 144th Fighter Wing, where they have the F-15 Eagle. You can see the activity. There's 2 runways there, so I superimposed it to show you where this is located within both clear zones, and some images that show things like elementary school with that red circle and the arrow. There's an elementary school in the clear zone. Again, clear zones are not sacrosanct. Other things like homes, parks, businesses, equestrian, storage, parking, etc. Regarding the safety hazards and occupancy, again, they have provided no evidence in their appeal or studies specific to this location that says any of these activities or any of these concerns are relative to this application, to this approved project. They're also going to say that because of the noise level that you shouldn't have, or at least they asserted this previously, that the noise level. But in their own documents, it states that the highest noise level within the Moreno Valley would be 74 decibels, which is about the same as a garbage disposal. So perhaps the city council wants to ban all garbage disposals in the city. I doubt it. And then contrary to the opponents, the auto parking is explicitly prohibited activity when in fact in their own documents it states in one of the appendices that potentially compatible activities in a clear zone is automobile parking. So once again, we appreciate the opportunity to present the application. They're going to talk a lot about the easement. Again, the easement is no reason for the city to disapprove the project. We believe that their assertions are fundamentally false. And when they say that putting a parking lot in a clear zone is going to create safety hazards, or it's going to create some sort of threat to national security, or some other idea, as you can see by all those other clear zones where there are military aircraft flying regularly, those issues are not a concern. So we would respectfully request that you decline or deny the appeals, and that you uphold the 5-0 Planning Commission approval of the project. We thank you.
Thank you. That brings us next to questions of the appellant. If any council members have any questions for the applicant. Yeah, please come on up.
Good evening. My name is David Shipe. I'm with the Lawrence Family Trust. I'm the applicant. I'm also with DAS and Mesa International, President and CEO. I want to thank all of you for being here, hearing my case. Basically, we had a hearing approximately 2 months ago before the commission, and I got a 5-0 vote in my favor. One of the commissioners pointed out that she had never seen more letters that came from opposition, and you can probably see in the file the opposition letters. Usually the letters are from homeowners, private people. We're talking about 16 letters, two from United States senators, congressmen, government officials, City of Paris, Riverside, Norco. She has never seen anything like that. She was prepared, as I indicated, or I felt that she was prepared to basically vote no on the project until she heard all of the evidence. And what is the evidence? The evidence that you have in front of you and that you have with the city, your own planning commissioner, Sean Keller. Sean Keller has reached out to March Air Force Base. This suddenly just didn't happen. I didn't come out of the woodwork and decide to put a parking lot there. This property is by righted in by law. Okay, what does that mean, by righted? State of California gives me the right if the property is by righted, which the city of Moreno Valley by righted my law on SB 208. Before they did SB 208, they did a huge study of all the surrounding properties to rezone it. They do a lot of studies. You spend a lot of time. The city spent a lot of money. The city reached out to the Air Force and we said, look, what do you think about a parking lot? Their response was none to zero. Sean Keller has a whole chain of emails requesting information. The Air Force never responded. Basically what Sean said is that the Air Force left the city of Moreno Valley with no choice. You could ask Sean Keller, he's here. Basically, when the city of Moreno Valley put my property in a by right state and zoned it automobile parking, you made it state law. What does that mean? That means if you deny it, then you guys are held liable, is the bottom line. not only do you pay damages, but you pay legal fees. There are remedies that the state of California gives people like me, remedies to correct issues. The problem is not with the city of Moreno Valley. I'm telling you that. They did their job. Everybody did their work. I'm very proud of them. The planning commissioner, the building department, everybody did the work. The person that made the mistake here is the Air Force. They're going to come up here and tell you that people are going to die, the world is crashing, the sky's going to fall. It's not true. I had to provide 15 or 16 studies for a parking lot. A parking lot so I could park my car. This is 9.1 acres, over 400,000 square feet. I want to park my compact car, your car, my grandmother's car, on my parking lot. And the United States Air Force, March Air Force Base, is telling me, no, you can't do that. How does that make sense? When I am by righted in, they made a mistake. They realized from the emails that they were not answering from your departments, like, oh, Paul Rule said, whatever the city of Moreno Valley puts down on my property, he will abide by. I have that in an email. Well, the city of Moreno Valley put my property down as automobile parking. So now all I want to do is automobile parking, not truck parking, not tractor trailer parking, automobile parking. Why is the Air Force here? Why are they fighting me? What is the issue? The city of Moreno Valley has more power and authority than the United States Air Force at this moment. You have the power and authority to overrule the United States Air Force. This is your city. They can't come in and tell you what to do in your city. You did your work. You did your specific plan 208. You did your investigation, and they did a good job. You spent hundreds of thousands of dollars looking at my property as well as other properties and determined, hey, the best common use for this property are three things. I can grow tomatoes. I'm not a farmer. I can put a road through it and call it David Drive, or I can put automobile parking. What do you expect me to do? I'm putting automobile parking. If you listen to the city of Moreno Valley's answering machine when you're put on hold, their primary concern is parking in the city of Moreno Valley. I'm trying to solve your parking problem. That's all I'm trying to do. They're going to come up and say, I'm jeopardizing lives, I'm endangering the safety and welfare, we spend $750 million. But what studies do they have to give you to show that that is true? That lives are going to die or things are going to happen. I had to provide 15, 16 studies at a cost of over $200,000, okay? What are they providing other than the United States government? You know, it was funny, you know, I was invited to the White House by President Biden 2 months ago for Christmas, right? For the Christmas annual party. And I told President Biden, you know, I got a piece of property by March Air Force Base and the Air Force is giving me a problem. They don't want me to park my car on it. He just laughed. You know, this is ridiculous. I tell people that I am fighting to park my car on my own property. And it's like, why is the Air Force fighting you? And not only that, but they are allowing other people, and they have been through Google Maps for 22 years, park vehicles for 22 years. And when we met with the colonel 2 months ago, his response was, well, I guess the Air Force has a lot of work to do. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Yeah, like he's going to do something. Well, we just found out, as Marty indicated about 2 hours ago, that the United States Air Force, as we speak right now, along with a property owner, I'm not going to mention his name, and Amazon, they are negotiating a parking lot in a clear zone. And my tenant for my parking lot is Amazon. So did they go behind my back and go to Amazon and say, hey, don't take David Shipe's parking lot. We got one right here. And they've had several meetings, I heard. Now, what is going on with the Air Force? Are they saying, I can't do it, but they can? I mean, and This is the property that Marty had mentioned that has a big sign on it. It's on Patterson, okay? 5001 Patterson, if you want to be exact. That has a sign that says the parking lot must be vacant by April 15th. Why? Because Amazon is taking over the parking lot. They have been negotiating with the Air Force, and the Air Force is going to allow them in a clear zone for a parking lot. And not only for cars, but for airplanes and tractor trailers and trucks. So I'm not getting what's going on here. All I'm saying is that something's wrong. It doesn't make sense. The city has the power and authority to act over the United States Air Force. They have other remedies. If you approve this project, they have other remedies. I'm willing to talk about that with them. They have given other people in the clear zone permission by abrogated easements to do automobile and parking. So they've given them permission. They haven't given me permission. So I would request that you approve my project. This is a by right project. Your city attorney says it's a very unusual situation that we're in, but the Air Force got you and me and everybody in this position. Had they answered Sean Keller's emails dating back 3 years ago, hey, we're going to put an automobile parking lot on Mr. Shipe's property. Any objections? Well, do what you want. If that's fine, we'll approve it. And that's exactly what you did. Now they're coming back, oh, shoot, he's actually putting a parking lot. We don't want it now. Well, it's too late. What are you doing here? You had, your time to speak. So why are you coming out now? So I would, request that you deny their appeal and approve my project and allow this to continue, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That now brings us to questions from the City Council to the applicant. If there are any questions at this time, please hit your speaker button on the screen and I'll make sure to call on you. Seeing no questions at this time, we will now move on to public testimony for public speakers. And I'll pass it over to our city clerk to go ahead and call up our public speakers.
Okay, I'll call the first three speakers.
Madam Clerk, give me one moment. Sure. If we can just take a 5-minute break, just a 5-minute break so we can, Are you sure? Okay. Scratch that. We're going to proceed then with the public testimony at this time. So go ahead and call up our speakers, please.
So we've got 12 speakers thus far. The first three speakers are Jamil Dada, Major John Callis, and Tina Grandi.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and administration. One of the reasons that this very important gentleman that met President Biden is allowed to say what he can say here is because he lives in the United States. That's what this country allows, and that's what our military allows us to do, is say whatever we want to say. And to bring up something from 2 hours ago that he heard, we can't refute that, but I can tell you right now, the Air Force doesn't negotiate any properties. I have been involved in this city for 36 years, and I have been doing base support for 36 years. The base has been here for 106 years. For the first 50 years, the base nurtured this community, this valley. The reason this valley is here today is because for the first 50 years, March Air Force Base kept it going until the developers came 50 years ago and built the rest of it. One of the problems that we see with this project is, and obviously we can't prove it, but we know the numbers, that a majority of accidents that happen for aircraft happen at takeoff and landing. And this is your city. You can make any decision you want. You can piss off the Air Force because this is your city. But remember that when in 1992, when the BRAC, the Base Realignment and Closure Commission, downsized the base into a reserve base when it became a reserve base in 1994. 5 years prior to that, Moreno Valley was huge. It was #1 national media, fastest growing city in the country. But after the base got realigned to a reserve base, national media, you can look into it. I was here, highest number of foreclosures of any city in the country in Moreno Valley because 12,000 people left. This is a very critical time with what's going on with China and North Korea. The Pacific bases are going to play a big role in the South Pacific. March was just chosen for 12 KC-46 aircraft, which are going through the bed down process right now. That's a $3 billion investment here in your community. And this could jeopardize that. I mean, if the base turns around and says, if the DOD or the Pentagon decides we're moving the KC-46 to Grissom Air Force Base, which was the second choice, and we lose that. And as you know, the main reason bases shut down and close is because of encroachment. So if they decide to leave, we've got all this empty land. You have enough empty land to develop. We don't want to get rid of the base. Some of us respect the military. And I know you can approve this. It's your city. But one day in the future, if a plane crashes in through this parking lot at takeoff or landing, who will be responsible? Mr. VIP and the City Council. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Major John Callis, Tina Grande, and Paul Rule.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Major John Collis. I'm legal counsel at March Air Reserve Base. I'm coming to you tonight on behalf of the Installation Commander and the U.S. Air Force because we need your help. I'm asking you to grant the appeals filed by the Air Force and by Riverside County and to disapprove development of this parking lot. I know that several of you have experience in the military, and I thank you for your service. You'll know inherently then what I mean when I say that this parking lot is a threat to the safety and viability of military operations at this base. But for everyone on the council and everyone in this room, we all know what jobs mean to the economic vitality of Moreno Valley. March Air Reserve Base is the #1 employer in Moreno Valley by a wide margin, with more than $500 million in economic impact to the region. At 13,300 feet long, March's runway is longer than LAX, San Bernardino, Ontario, San Diego, and the much-mentioned Naval Air Station North Island. March's runway is the trump card that Moreno Valley has over anywhere else in Southern California for economic development. And Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, I am here to tell you that this parking lot will affect the long-term viability of not only this runway, but of March Air Reserve Base in its totality. And that's not me being alarmist. That's the truth. But how? How does one parking lot have such an impact? Well, let's break it down. The city's specific plan 208 identifies this area as one with high accident potential. With as many as 400 vehicles parked in this parking lot alone, an aircraft crash in this area would very likely ignite fuel in those vehicles. As much as 6,000 gallons of hazardous materials that would result in a fire containing toxic plumes that could cause health effects for the people in Moreno Valley and the environment at large. The city's report on this matter contains no analysis on this point. The potential for an aircraft crash in a parking lot this close to the end of the runway, right over the flight path of an aircraft, is a reasonable assumption and constitutes substantial evidence of significant effects, which was not even considered in the mitigated negative declaration documents for this proposal. The documents also admit any analysis of a mass casualty event, which could happen, if an aircraft mishap occurs during a shift change, when the proposed parking lot would be full of people. Under the city code, approval of a plot plan requires that the project is consistent with the city's general plan, the project complies with all applicable zoning and other regulations, the project will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, and the location, design, and operation of the project will be compatible with existing planned land uses in the vicinity. None of these findings are legally supportable with the parking lot development here. The city code explains that March Air Reserve Base is to be consulted for the purposes of determining whether the proposal is consistent with the Air Installation Compatible Use Zones guidance. This development is not consistent with Air Force and DoD guidance. The project is also not consistent with the city's general plan because the Planning Commission plainly ignored conflicting provisions within Specific Plan 208 and the city's general plan. And furthermore, state law requires that local government plans include land use elements that consider the growth of new military installations and existing military installations. Finally, there is the restrictive easement. As the city attorney told you, that this project is not about how one can be approved or not approved as a matter of the easement from the city. They are two separate and distinct issues. There is a highly restrictive easement that is subject to the property here. We will enforce that easement to the greatest extent that we deem necessary. And we are also not in conversation with any other entity for any other land parcels, contrary to what the applicant has mentioned. March Air Reserve Base values our community partnerships. We manage and maintain community relationships for Moreno Valley, Southern California, and all of our community. And I thank you for your time to speak today. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Tina Grande, Paul Rule, and Daniel Fairbanks.
Honorable council members and Mayor Tina Grande with the County of Riverside. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you in opposition to the 9.14 acre parking lot project on the east side of Hecock located in the A zone of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, which we believe will have a negative impact on the basin community. The county greatly values and appreciates the partnerships that we have forged with Moreno Valley and our other cities in the region on issues of common interest. Protecting the base has been and continues to be a key component of the partnership between the cities of Moreno Valley, Riverside, Paris, and the county, who have worked together for 30 years through the March Joint Powers Authority. Riverside County respectfully requests that the City Council grant the appeals made by Riverside County and the United States Department of the Air Force and overturn the City of Moreno Valley Planning Commission approval of Project PEN 21-0102. Riverside County respectfully requests you reverse the approval of the related mitigated negative declaration, which we believe does not fully comply with CEQA, and that you reverse the approval of the associated resolutions numbers 2022-41 and 2022-42. Included in your council packet for the record are the county's appeal letter dated December 29, 2022, as well as the county's letter to the Planning Commission dated October 28, 2022. Those letters and the prior letters and comments by county representatives are incorporated for the record. I recognize that you received and reviewed a lot of documents, so I will briefly summarize the main points of the county's concern. 1, the project is inconsistent with the 2014 March Air Reserve Base Inland Port Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan and the city's general plan. Parking lots are prohibited in Zone A. Zone A is the runway and the emergency crash clear zone at the end of the runway. 2, parking lots are also prohibited by the United States Department of Defense Instruction Number 4165.57. 3, parking lots are not permitted by the recorded easement the Air Force acquired many years ago. 4, additionally, the project is inconsistent with the requirements of CEQA. The county acknowledges the Air Force's position that this project would be detrimental to the operations of March Air Reserve Base. We have filed our appeal in support of the Air Force's position on this matter. Further, this project will be detrimental to the public health and safety of people who would use the parking lot and to base aviation operations. Finally, this project will be detrimental to the economic stability of the region, as continued encroachment around the base will be impactful to the long-term viability of the base's mission. Each of these reasons would alone be an adequate finding for denial of the project. These many reasons together call for it to be denied because it does not meet the requirements of state laws, does not meet the requirements of local laws and regulations, would be detrimental to the public health and safety and general welfare, and negatively impacts local economic interests. The annual economic impact of the base to the region is immense. In fact, it was measured in 2014 by the Rose Institute at $570 million annually. In today's dollars and taking into account the additional 9 years of growth, it will be significantly higher. March Air Reserve Base alone employs 8,500 military personnel and an additional 1,500 local civilian and contract personnel. In reviewing studies of base closures, the loss of jobs and revenue are borne disproportionately by individual local businesses and their workers. The conversion of March from an active Air Force base to an Air Reserve base had significant impact on the region. Through perseverance, strong municipal management, partnerships with each other and the base command, acting wisely, we have gained solid footing economically. Riverside County respectfully asks the City Council of Moreno Valley to grant our appeal and deny the project. All of these multiple reasons I have raised are set forth and supported with greater detail and with related citations in the county's and other commenters' letters submitted to you and the Planning Commission, which I ask that you review and consider. With that, thank you very much for your consideration and of Riverside County's comments and concerns.
The next three speakers are Paul Rule, Daniel Fairbanks, and Grace Martin.
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Paul Rule and I'm the Director of the Riverside County Airport Land Use Commission. On behalf of the ALUC, I would like to submit our opposition to the project, conveying our previous concerns relating to the project's inconsistency with various legislative and planning documents. 1. The project is inconsistent with the State Aeronautics Act Public Utilities Code Section 21670A2, which identifies the goals of the ALUC is to protect public health, safety, and welfare by ensuring the orderly expansion of airports and the adoption of land use measures that minimize the public exposure to excessive noise and safety hazards. The city's general plan was found consistent with the 2014 March Compatibility Plan in 2021, and the ALUC recognizes the city's authority and obligation to review non-legislative projects for airport land use compatibility in accordance to the March Compatibility Plan. Therefore, as the lead jurisdiction performing the airport land use compatibility review of the project, the city should be consistent with not just the March Compatibility Plan, but the intent of the Public Utilities Code section goals to protect public health, safety, and welfare from inconsistent and incompatible land uses. The proposed project is an incompatible land use that will increase the public's exposure to excessive safety hazards. 2. The project is inconsistent with the March Compatibility Plan, where it identifies the project as being located, again, within the Compatibility Zone A, the clear zone, which is defined as the square area beyond the end of the runway and centered on the runway center line extending outward for 3,000 feet. A clear zone is required for all active runways and should remain undeveloped. The clear zone is a long-recognized critical area located at the end of the runway where critical aviation maneuvers occur for takeoff and landing. The ACU study in 2005 provides aircraft historical data identifying that 27.4% of all aircraft accidents occur within the clear zone. The purpose of the March Compatibility Plan is to promote appropriate land use compatibility around the base by protecting public health safety through the implementation of the basic compatibility criteria, which analyzes non-residential intensity, prohibited uses, and required open land, all of which the project is inconsistent with. The proposal to establish a parking lot in the clear zone puts people on the ground and in the aircraft at risk. 3, the project is inconsistent with the city's general plan and zoning code amendments, which again was found consistent by the ALUC with the 2014 March compatibility plan in 2021. These regulatory and planning documents contain language requiring consistency with the March compatibility plan, consistency with the Air Force Instruction 32-7063 and the Department of Defense Instruction number 4165.57, and are identified in the city's general plan goals and policies, LCC 1-11, S-4, S4-1, S4-2, S4-3, and C2-13, again, which promotes appropriate land use development around March Air Reserve Base in order to protect the public health, welfare, and safety. The city also included zoning code amendments as part of the consistency finding, which again includes language requiring consistency with the March compatibility plan, the AFI, and the DOTI, and specifically in section 9.07060. Additionally, subsection B of that section establishes protocol in the event of multiple planning and airport zones are present. The provisions of the airport land use compatibility plan shall apply in addition to the provisions of the underlying district. If there are inconsistencies between the underlying zones and the compatibility plan shall take precedence. In the case of the proposed parking lot, the March compatibility plan must take precedence over underlying planning zones in the event there are inconsistencies between two in order to satisfy the goal and policies of protecting public health, welfare, and safety. In the opinion of the ALUC, the proposed parking lot in the clear zone is inconsistent with the city's general plan and zoning code amendments. 4, the project is inconsistent with the Air Force jurisdiction in the clear zone, as already mentioned tonight, and is inconsistent with the Air Force instruction, DOTI, and as well as the ACUS. The ACUS identifies automobile parking as a no land use designation. 5, the project is inconsistent with the related restrictions on the title to the subject property. Riverside County official document recorded September 27, 1984, record document 209559 states it's a clear zone easement that encumbers the property, which was purchased by the United States of America for the sum of $77,090 from Jeannie Ipagari. The document identifies the easement as being acquired for the use of the Air Force. Lastly, it's understood that the proposed project is situated within a specific plan that was previously approved by the city. That specific plan did not receive a ALUC review or a determination as required by the PUC. Additionally, State Attorney General stated number 03805 states that a commission may not exempt specific plan adopted by a city or county from compliance with the commission's.
Thank you, Mr. Rule.
Thank you very much.
The next 3 speakers are Daniel Fairbanks, Grace Martin, and Martin Clauser.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the Heacock Logistics Parking Facility. My name is Dan Fairbanks. I'm the Planning Director of the March Joint Powers Authority. March JPA submitted 2 comment letters on October 12th and October 27th regarding this application for vehicle parking within the clear zone for March Air Reserve Base. March JPA provided 3 comments regarding that application, which I'll provide a quick overview of. First of all, regarding the health and hazardous materials component of the initial study, the study should be amended to identify that the Air Force comprehensively analyzed accidents from 1968 to 1995 within 10 miles of Air Force bases. As a result of the study, the Air Force published numerous ACUS studies identifying that 27.4% of accidents within 10 miles of the airport would statistically occur in the clear zone, whereas that area only comprises less than 1%, actually 2/10 of that area. As a result, findings through the aviation accidents are extremely, if I can back up, though aviation accidents are extremely infrequent, the site has a significantly higher potential of a catastrophic incident involving aircraft other than the underlying sites in the area. Second point, regarding the land use and planning section in the initial study, the study should have identified the recorded restrictive easement as part of the Air Force's comprehensive program in dealing with land use compatibility around the base.
As I identified, the Air Force comprehensively analyzed risks associated with Air Force facilities. The Air Force then published the accident results in a series of ACUS studies that were available to the public and certainly the city. And the Air Force advised all parties through that ACUS study that they have a policy and did in fact acquire development rights on those properties in the clear zone through the ACUS program. Finally, regarding the land use and planning section of the initial study, the JPA requested that the study should identify that the 2018 ACUS recommendations regarding automobile parking. Specifically, the initial study should have identified that on page A3 of the 2018 ACUS, that auto parking is not a compatible use in the clear zone. I would add that contrary to page 3-3 of the specific plan, that none of the ACUS studies identify automobile parking as a compatible use within the clear zone. Because the initial study failed to analyze appropriate land use compatibility issues, which constitute potential significant impacts, the JPA recommends that the an EIR be prepared or this application be denied. That completes my comments.
The next three speakers are Grace Martin, Martin Clauser, and David Schlepp.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, bosses, and City Council members. Grace Martin, I'm the Executive Director for the March JPA and the March Inland Port Airport. I did have a script, but the applicant's comments really prompted me to say a few things. Now, I do want to start off by saying that the Air Force's February 17, 2023 supplemental filing is incorporated into the record. So several comments made by the applicant, his representative, that I'd like to address. Number one, the property is not allowed by right through your SP 208. In reading through your specific plan, the allowed uses are open space, agriculture, and streets. Automobile parking is not specifically outlined as an allowed use in a clear zone. Also, if observing the properties surrounding this project site, all of those properties are vacant and they're designated clear zone under the SP. And so those comply with the specific plan, not the proposed project. The applicant also kept asking what study was done by the Air Force to prove that the clear zone is a threat to the public. That study is called the ACUS. And in 2018, the Air Force adopted the ACUS for March. And as the previous speakers spoke, that study, which is referenced by your general plan, by your development code, and by your specific plan, all prohibit parking. And so the previous speakers correctly state that this project is not allowed by right and is not consistent with the city's general plan or specific plan or the ACUS criteria. There's also a comment made saying that March ARB, March Air Reserve Base did not provide comments on this project. Well, back in 2021, city staff did have a conversation with the base civil engineer. Even though the base did not provide an email, something in writing, they did verbally oppose the project. The applicant also had conversations with base officials, and they also opposed the project. In December of last year, I held a meeting in my office at the JPA with the base commander, the applicant, city staff, and county staff. And in that meeting, the base opposed a project in which the applicant not only threatened the base, they threatened the city of Moreno Valley, they threatened my agency, and they threatened the county with a lawsuit if any of us dare compete or contest his project. And if the city denies a project, he threatened to sue all of us. To which I would say the city, and my ask today is that the council would have courage to deny this project, uphold the appeals, because I would say that if he does dare do a lawsuit on this community, that we should show him the full power of the March JPA, the City of Moreno Valley, the March Air Reserve Base, and also the County of Riverside. So the base did oppose the project, and they said it multiple times in communications with city staff and the applicant, also in a meeting in my office in December of 2022. Properties that the applicant has identified in the city of Paris, the city of Paris has stepped up. Their code enforcement is helping the base enforce the easements of the base near the runway. And this so far is the one project that is not consistent with what the city of Moreno Valley has done in the past with the base. I would also like to say, and I called the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem my bosses, because the city of Moreno Valley is integrated in the DNA of the March JPA. Moreno Valley is a very, very strong partner of the March Joint Powers Authority, and we are so proud of all the projects that we've done in partnership with the base. That includes the Heacock Channel, which protects over 300 homes in Moreno Valley and multiple acres of commercial and industrial properties from flooding. And also the Cactus Channel, which is about a $20 million project that we are currently working with your staff and also the base in completing in the near future. We've completed the design of the project, and we're currently looking for federal funding. We need the base in all of our infrastructure projects. As previously stated, March is one of the largest employers here at the city. We employ more City of Moreno Valley residents in March than any other city in Riverside County. We've generated, in partnership with you all, millions and millions of dollars of revenues that residents do benefit from. So my ask is that as partners that you would uphold the appeals and deny this project. Thank you so much for your time.
The next three speakers are Nicholas Adcock, Roy Bleckert, and Bob Palomares.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Nicholas Adcock. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Riverside Chambers of Commerce, and it is a pleasure to speak with you all this evening on this issue. On behalf of the Greater Riverside Chambers of Commerce, our Military Affairs Council, and the over 1,100 employers representing 110,000 jobs across the inland Southern California region, we're asking you tonight to support the appeal and overturn your Planning Commission's decision on this particular project, and I'd like to cover a few specific reasons why. You know, the speakers in front of me have spoken to a lot of the technical details. I certainly concur with many of their conclusions and statements that they've made here this evening, but I'd like to speak to a couple of things of partnership. Obviously, from the City of Riverside, this being the City of Moreno Valley, we are partners, and we've been partners in terms of the creation, the sustainment, and the future of March Air Reserve Base, and we continue to be partners. What is good for the City of Moreno Valley is good for the City of Riverside. What's bad for the City of Moreno Valley is also bad for the City of Riverside. I'm going to add one more layer to that. What is good to March Air Reserve Base is good for both of us. What is bad for March Air Reserve Base is bad for both of us. Our region has truly benefited from this long-standing partnership, and the future of March Air Reserve Base depends on that partnership. Now, as has been mentioned before by our representatives from the county, the economic impact of March Air Reserve Base from several years ago was $500 million. Surely in today's dollars, that's several hundred million more. And that's not just in the payroll of jobs from military and civilian personnel stationed at March, but it's also the millions of dollars of goods and services procured by our local businesses, both in Riverside and Moreno Valley. The technology and innovation utilized at March is a great economic development tool and creates significant business attraction and investment opportunities in our region. It stimulates future job growth and can be a real economic development tool for all of the growth in our region, and so we must protect March Air Reserve Base. It's an integral part of our regional economy, of each of our cities, and its men and women are our collective neighbors, partners, and colleagues. For that reason, the Chamber is concerned the approval of this development project will significantly hinder operations at March Air Reserve Base, produce unnecessary risk for damage and loss of life in the case of an emergency, and create such liabilities that may result in the reduction or closure of the base. Any of these scenarios will be catastrophic for our regional economy and limit the ability of our armed forces to respond and employ to protect our national interest and homeland defense. Now, we sympathize with the challenge you have before you this evening. No matter what decision you make, somebody is going to object. But we hope and appeal to your broader understanding of what this base means to our region, what this base means to our country, and what this base means for our collective future. So thank you.
The next two speakers are Roy Bleckard and Bob Palomares.
Well, I see the suits and the government hacks and the whole establishment's trying to run Moreno Valley again. Let's take Mr. Dada's first statement. The Air Force Base built Moreno Valley. So I'm telling you, the 200,000 residents of Moreno Valley and us natives, we didn't do ish. Notice he didn't say important part, we built it. And we still build it. And you, here's what, come on. Major attorney, Mr. Dada, let's take your theory. We just recently had an airplane crash into one of the industrial buildings. So I hope Mr. Adcock, Fairbanks, Dada, the United States government buys all those warehouses up and down the meridian because an airplane might crash. No, an airplane did crash into it. I want to know from all of these up here protesting this, have you ever driven down a street where there's cars parked all over the place, kids walking across to the school, and you can't hardly get through, and it's dangerous, and there's traffic accidents and stuff? Is that a public safety issue that happens every day? How many times have people come up here and said there's not enough parking, there's all this stuff going on? Yet these guys are up here telling us what to do, like they've done for 100 years. I hope this council stands up for once for the citizens of Moreno Valley. That Air Force Base property is in the city of Moreno Valley. I heard that. Tell me when that happened. It's a JPA. It's always been in the county, and there's an airport authority that runs it. Don't come up here telling me false crap that isn't there, that you know, because you're trying, whatever you're trying to pull off. But what you're not doing is putting the interests of the people of Moreno Valley first. That's the responsibility of this council. If this body has the responsibility of making the land use decisions, then you make them for the best interest of everybody in this community. We need parking areas in this community desperately. Especially down in that area. Anybody that's ever driven around that area knows exactly what I'm talking about. To come up here and say this or try to tug at the heartstrings or try to do revisionist history to get your way for whatever reason you're doing it is unconscionable. And it's exactly opposite what the founding fathers built this country on, is the individual rights and freedom, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We should have the right to be happy and have a functioning community in our district without a bunch of outside influences coming in here and telling us what to do. If you got a legitimate gripe, we could figure this out. When you come up here and I hear a gentleman come up here and says, I complied with every rule and regulation and done that, and then to have the power, I'm requesting, and I heard the 16 letters, I want to know the government, establishment, politician, senator, hacks that put the 16 letters in recommending this not come in. I want to know their names before you vote on it, so the people know who is trying to put the thumb on Moreno Valley. You'll never fix this stuff until you make an honest debate of it. You know what? And I've said this to any of you here, all of you in the audience, and anybody else. You want to come debate this stuff out in open forum? I will provide the venue. I will sit there till the cows come home and do it. Bring all your credentials. I'll do you 2787 to 1. You think you got something? Bring it. I ain't afraid. So I hope this city council stands for the people, the 200,000 of Moreno Valley. Approve this project. Let's make our community safe. Let's make it work for Moreno Valley and tell everybody else, you're not going to screw with us any longer.
The next two speakers are Bob Palomares and Luis Palomares.
Boy, they brought the lobbyists down, I'll tell you that. This sounds like David and Goliath. This gentleman, that's his property. He can agriculture, roads, or parking, but now they're erasing the parking. Why didn't they bring a notice, and I'm talking about the people that don't want it there. Why didn't they bring a notice saying everything, buildings, salvage yard that's in that clear zone, we're clearing it out so nobody can be there? Why are they just picking on him? You know, he has every right. That's his land. They say, well, you know, it's that piece of property, if you put a parking lot there, it's gonna close down the base. Do you believe that? I don't think so. There's more to it. That's why they brought their heavyweights out to come and convince you and tell you who they are and who you are. They brought everybody except a doctor, a lawyer, and an Indian chief. So let me tell you something. Do the right thing. You know, consider this gentleman and what he wants to do, because he has his rights. And like Roy says, you know, stand up for the people of Moreno Valley. You know, because Riverside, they've always done whatever they want in Moreno Valley. There was a time when the JPA considered Moreno Valley an outsider. We never benefited anything. Former Mayor Tom Owens is the one that said it should be dissolved because there's nothing in it for us. Then later, you know, it started coming where, yeah, we were getting our little crumbs and then a piece of the pie. But Riverside has always done that. Look what happened on Day Street with all of that stuff. So, you know, the one that's going to make the decision that's going to benefit Moreno Valley and the citizens is you, not all of these people that come and try to influence you because I'm so-and-so from this department, I'm from this department. That gentleman has every right. So I hope you consider it and let him do his thing. Thank you.
Luis Palomares, followed by Michelle Davis.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, what does this gentleman do with that property now? Is the base going to give him $100 million for it? Great, it'd be great if they did. We're talking about a clear zone, no zone, and all that kind of zone stuff. But what about the skate park that's there? I know it's not in the clear zone, but it's on a base. A plane could go down there too. Our kids are jeopardized. With jet fuel, with a plane going down, with all the noise. Oh, well, we got to watch out with the noise then. You know, our garbage disposal, right? Come on. Take that off the base then. Take it off the base, that skate park. Somebody's going to come and talk about kids right now and yada, yada. Well, let's move that skate park out of there. We got a skate park at the community park. My grandson lobbied for that when he was 13 years old. It's there. We need another one on the east end, not on that base. Not on that base. You know, they're talking about danger, planes going. I get all that. You know, I'm right there. I'm not far from the base. Hey, they could go right over my house and wreck also. I mean, and tell me all these jobs are going to go, you know, we're the biggest base. We're bigger than LAX, right, as far as airport. So what's going to happen? they're going to take their somewhere else. All the brass is going to take it somewhere else because we got the biggest base, but they'll take it somewhere else because they're going to put a parking lot there. I don't think so. I really don't think so. You know, all the scare tactics, all the lobbyists, we're all going to die. The world's going to end. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break. I don't think so. And they're so worried about, you know, people coming from Riverside and lobbying and jobs and that is going to hurt our economy. Come on, Meridian hurt our economy already. They had one of the developers in court for 6 years on lawsuits while they took over and built everything on the Meridian. Now they made a right and they're building everything everywhere else. So they're talking about our economy, how they care about our economy and our jobs and our people here. We're just the stepchild. We're the stepchild. We've always been the stepchild, and they've always slapped us around. And it's the damn truth. I've been here for going on 30 years at this podium and at the school board and at other meetings. Are you serious? We never got a piece of the pie. On the Day Street, they annexed that over to them. You know, they gave it to them. They didn't even give us anything for it. Not even $1. I don't think so. I could be wrong. Correct me if I am. But they annexed that. They weren't thinking about our economy and our tax dollars. It's all in Riverside. That's all Riverside's money. Sam's, I got to go there. I go there. I spend money there. I go to Costco more than not, but you know, I got to go to some of those stores over there. I have to go over there to get a birth certificate or whatever I need there. So what are they talking about? Jobs. They care about themselves and their own personal agendas and what they want here. I doubt it very much. Because of, you know, they're not going to bring all whatever here for the military because give me a break. Give me a break. They're here lobbying. What else is new? Care about our kids. Our kids. There's a skate park there. What about those kids? What about? Tell me about it. I want to know. Inquiry minds want to know. Answer the tough questions. I don't know if half of this stuff they're coming up here and saying is true or not. I'm asking these questions. I'm stating some facts here about the Meridian. They care about our economy. About the skate park that's over there. Maybe it's not in the no-fly zone, but it's like skate park with kids on there every day. And this parking lot, I mean, you know, they said it could be a big fire, big liability. I get all that too. But those people aren't going to be sitting in their cars 8 hours all day long. You know, come on. Give me a break. I mean, tell me about it. It's just... They're going to tell us what to do in our city again. They've hold us hostage forever again. When are we going to man up? When are we going to, you know, be a Marine? Let's talk about let's be Marines and man up to whatever for our city. It's our turn. We want a piece of the pie. We want some action, and I doubt very much if all that stuff ain't going to come here. Biggest airport in California. And look what's going on in Hawaii. Look or Honolulu. Wow, that's pretty interesting. So I'm not buying all this. I'm advocating here for, wow, take that skate park out of there then. Do this then, do that then. Come on, let's get real here. Let's grow up. Let's do what we got to do. Let's take care of the hard issues.
The next speaker is Michelle Davis, followed by Christopher Baca.
So, like she formerly said, I don't know nothing about all the statistics, but what I do know is that Moreno Valley has made a decision to say what this building or parking lot was zoned for. So to me, it's like a slap in the face it would be for me if I was anybody sitting here from the city on the panel, because it's like they said the planning department and the zoning department came out and did a fantastic job. So for them to come up here is like a discredit for everybody that put in their footwork and their legwork to go out there and specifically look at this zoning area and say, this is what I feel that is zoned for. I just kind of get bothered when it's like everybody is throwing their, threat cards. Oh, you don't want to piss us off. Like, Come on, like, who wants to have to sit there and mentally think about if they're doing the right thing? The only right thing to do is not discuss who has more power, who has less power. We've been here this long. We've been doing this. It's about doing what is right. And the only power that anybody has is making the right decision on what this parking lot is zoned for. If I couldn't imagine I have empathy. I put myself in everybody's shoes, but the only shoes you can really walk in is really being held accountable for what it has been identified to be zoned for. Now, I don't know about all those codes, but I do know right is right. What if he was to go and say, I want to do agriculture or whatever other two options he had? Where would they park? Are they saying moving forward in the future, that place and no parking can ever be in these type of zones? But it's clearly evident that there is parking going on there. It's evident that if anybody's lives is in jeopardy, then all their lives is in jeopardy, because I'm sure people are parking everywhere. Planes crash in unexpected areas. We can't predict where a plane is going to go down. They have went down in unknown areas all across the world. We cannot dictate that. The only thing I believe that would be the right thing to do is to respect what planning and zoning have went out there and done their homework, said this is what it is, and honor what you guys said that is zoned for. It doesn't, and for people to come up here and say, this big me, I hold this title and X, Y, and Z, it's just not fair when they throw that around. The only thing that is fair is saying what's right and what's wrong, and that is it.
Christopher Baca is the next speaker.
Good evening, Council. I feel the same way as some of the last speakers as far as Moreno Valley not getting their fair share in the years, in the decades, and that includes a lot of the stuff like they were saying. In my opinion, anything east of the 215 should be Moreno Valley, including the Air Force Base. I don't know who's on JPA, but this should have been addressed and resolved. In my opinion, in JPA, it shouldn't be here. I kind of feel, I don't know what word to use, but to have these, top people, top brass here, talking down to our city when the process is, ours or the city's to decide on. They did sound threatening. I think it's wrong. And in my opinion, there's a lot of things I would do different in my visions for this city. If I was mayor, for instance, I would be pushing to try to get that portion of Canyon Springs Parkway, those businesses that rightly belong to Moreno Valley. From what I understand, that was illegally done, the annexation. So we need a tough mayor to do these, investigations and look into what happened and why we're in the condition we're in. In my opinion, if you look at Ontario, if you look at San Bernardino, their airports are, becoming commercial airports. Ontario became international. I think it was in the news last week with San Bernardino is now having air travel to Las Vegas. Why can't Moreno Valley eventually become an international airport? Moreno Valley International Airport. Eventually that military base is, it's basically obsolete. We don't need that. And in this world, I don't know, but I really think the whole thing should fall on the city. And as far as the people opposing this, I wonder what their agenda is. I can see possibly one of the developers wants to develop something elsewhere, so maybe that's why he's opposed to it. I don't know. As far as any of the top brass, maybe it's just ego. They have their plans and they don't want their plans mixed. So I would just suggest, you got to stand up for your city, and we need a strong mayor. Like I said, if I was mayor, I'd have all these different proposals as far as, taking control of our city. For instance, bringing in other stuff in our downtown. We're a big city, but yet it's just a collection of shopping malls and housing tracts. We need a cohesive city with a central city, and trying to bring in, these different entities to our area, as well as JPA and the Air Force. So we really need to look into standing up for what we want, not what Riverside wants, not what the Air Force wants, and not what the county wants. They have their own areas, and I don't think I see any of our staff or any of our city council members going to their plans and telling them Moreno Valley doesn't want this in your area. So, I'm opposed to rejecting, what would it be? They're appealing, so I would reject appeal and let the Planning Commission's decision stand. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor. I do have the applicant rebuttal. We've got 3 speaker slips on them.
Okay. For the next item on the agenda, now that public testimony is the public comment period has concluded, next item is applicant rebuttal. And in terms of the 3 speaker slips, usually we just put it all together, have one opportunity for them to speak.
Yes.
So, if the applicant would like to rebut anything that has been stated, now is your opportunity to do so.
Marty Klauser, once again, representing the applicant. Before I spoke with a PowerPoint, and that was from a script. Now I'm going to speak from the heart. So I spent 6 years in the U.S. Navy in the submarine service, and I'm very proud of that service. I have a brother-in-law who was a magistrate in San Diego. He was recently nominated to be a federal judge by President Biden. I have the utmost respect for the Air Force. I have the utmost respect for Major John Callis. They're doing their job, and they're patriots. And for anyone to insinuate that our objection to their objection is somehow unpatriotic is totally false. Okay, I would like to say that first of all. I would also like to put kind of a rhetorical question out there. So they say this parking lot's going to shut down the base because it's unsafe and it's a threat to national security. I would like to know those people that live in those 61 houses next to the north field. Are they a threat to national security? Are we concerned about their safety? Are we concerned about the children that are going to the elementary school next to the Fresno Air Base, which is also a joint air base? Are we concerned about their safety? No. And furthermore, where are the pilots? There's no pilot here. Did Amazon, who flies in and out of that airport, are they objecting to this parking lot? Are they saying it's a threat to their business or to the economic stability? No, because it isn't, and they're not here. So I would say SB 208 was developed to create economic development, to improve the economy. A parking lot is exactly what is needed here, and it will only support the base. It will only support the Air Force. So I think their objections are completely false, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
And any further rebuttal? I believe there was a little, just about 3 minutes left on the time. Any rebuttal? Now is opportunity
Yes, hi.
to do that.
David Chipe again, the applicant. It was told by John Callis and Grace Martin that this project, number one, is not zoned for automobile parking. Again, they are wrong. The SB 208 specifically states automobile parking, so they are wrong. They're giving you information that is not true. Also, John Callis has indicated in a letter that I had made a threat of a lawsuit. No, I do not make threats. Let's get that very clear. I've been in 100 lawsuits and I've won 95. In the event there is a lawsuit, the city of Moreno Valley is going to pay for the lawsuit because California law says you pay legal fees. Now, I do have a top law firm in the country on retainer on this project. They're not here today. If I had them here, they would be speaking. I am here speaking from my heart Okay, the only threats I've heard tonight is from the United States Air Force saying they're spending $500 million, $3 billion. They got 50,000 jobs at stake. They're the ones doing the threatening. I don't threaten, okay? They're threatening the city of Moreno Valley in the event you do not approve my project, that somehow, somewhere, the base is going to close down, $5 billion, $3 billion is going to disappear, the base is going to close up. Reliable sources when I was in Washington told me that base is not going to be there much longer. Okay, Amazon, FedEx, UPS, they're using it 65% of the time. The Air Force, it was destined to close 12 years ago when but Obama saved it at the last minute. They are closing Air Forces at a record rate. They're closing Air Force bases at a record rate. And that's probably not going to be here in 10 years anyway. The Air Force wants to wants to get out of this mess and put the blame on you. Don't fall for it. You have to decide on your own what's right. I was born and raised in this country. My family is federal. Don't tell me I'm not patriotic. My father worked for the federal government. My brother, who's here, protected the president, DEA, federal agent in the audience. My brother retired, 30 years Army. My family is built out of this country. I was born and raised in this country, and I know what it's like to fight for things. What they're telling you is wrong. I strongly suggest that you approve the project. Don't be influenced. Don't be scared. Don't be persuaded by the United States government. We're going to leave. The world's going to crash. The sky's going to fall. It's not going to happen. Your whole department, did their job, and they reviewed it. And this was years and hundreds of thousands of dollars in study. I'd like to just close. I want to thank Roy and Bob, Luis, Michelle, and Christopher in support. Thank you.
Thank you. So that'll conclude the applicant rebuttal portion of this item. That brings us next to actually closing the hearing, which I will do at this time. So the hearing is now closed, and that brings us to council deliberation if desired. If any council members would like to deliberate, please hit your speaker button and we will call on you. First I have here, yes, City
Mr.
Attorney.
Mayor, before you go into deliberation, I have a couple of comments I'd like to make to kind of put the council at ease. Under the Government Claims Act, it's highly unlikely the council members will be held liable for any aircraft accidents there on the subject property, and that comes from Government Code Section 820.2, which provides, and this applies to council members will not be liable for an injury resulting from an act or admission that was the result of a discretionary action. Tonight, this is a discretionary action will be taken one way or the other. The city also is unlikely to be held responsible or liable for any accidents caused on the subject property under Government Code Section 830 to 840.6. And that provides that, and this is typically the provisions that plaintiffs use to sue cities for dangerous conditions. And the reason why it doesn't apply to the city is because we don't own the property. And if we don't own the property or control the property at the time of the accident, we have immunity for the city. And the last thing I'd like to point out or to reiterate is that even though the city's decision on the proposed project is not controlled by the easement, the appellants still have remedies available to them. And I mentioned the quiet title action, but they also have, they can also resort to filing a complaint for declaratory relief. So they have those two causes of action that as remedies. And these are the kinds of actions that are commonly brought to, declare the scope of any easement. And I mention this because I just want to go on record that even if the council approves the proposed project, the appellants have remedies rather than suing the city.
Thank you, City Attorney. So we will begin the council deliberation here at this time. And first on the list, we have Councilmember David Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a question here. Maybe somebody can answer it for me. We're talking about clear zone, planes crashing. The last incident we had was a jet landed in the warehouses across the freeway. I've been here over 40 years. It's the only time I ever heard of a plane crashing here in Moreno Valley. My understanding when it crashed, that's in Riverside. We didn't hear anything from Riverside about it. That's disturbing. Second of all, we have a warehouse that's going in along the 215 off of Van Buren by the Air Museum. That warehouse is, I don't know how big it is. It looks like it's the length of the runway. It's right next to the runway. Are we going to have employees, human employees in that warehouse? Yes, we are. What if a plane crashes, one of these big old jets crash and hits that warehouse? Who allowed that to be built on the base? Moreno Valley didn't have a say-so over it. We have a warehouse that was built at the corner of 215 and Alessandro. City never was able to make any comments or vote on it. That's in the lining path of the runway, but that warehouse was built. Didn't hear anything from Riverside. Didn't hear anything from the base people. Then we have another warehouse right here on Cactus, on the other side. It's located on the base. Was anybody concerned about Moreno Valley, what we thought about warehousing? No. But we are going to sit here and debate about a parking lot. These gentlemen own that property, like one of the speakers said. They have every right to build a parking lot there. And what I see is it's built in Moreno Valley, so all of a sudden, Riverside Chamber, the base, JPA, everybody's against it now. Why? Because it's built in Moreno Valley? And then you come here, the base people, JPA people, and say, well, we might just close down this base because over a parking lot, when you have these warehouses that are built on the base, on the flight line? Come on. I'm patriotic. I spent 7.5, 8 years in the Air Force. I'm a disabled veteran. I fought in Vietnam. So don't come up here and tell me that we're not patriotic. Another thing, I don't appreciate people coming up here and talking about their personal family, what they have with the base. We don't need to hear that. I don't need to hear that. We had the applicant come over here and talk about his family being in the Air Force, the CIA. Come on. You're not going to weigh us over on that either. The thing about this whole parking lot is just ridiculous in my books. So when that airplane crashed, we asked what happened, and it was a secret. The base commander says, well, we can't disclose it. It was a special flight or training flight. And it had light bombs on it, and it was a training flight? So talking about parking lots and crashing and chamber coming out here from Riverside, we don't, like a speaker says, we don't go to Riverside and badmouth you out there. And I believe the base is not going to close. If their tendency is to put out new aircraft out here, believe me, a parking lot ain't going to make a big difference. So we're here 3-4 hours listening to this project, and again, in my opinion, we should have never had to do this. But you have rights out there, and we got to listen to you. So that's all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Elena Baca Santa Cruz.
I didn't have any questions. I just had a comment. We did receive a letter, and the letter is in the agenda packet. One of the letters is a letter that starts on page 460 from the Air Force with 13 letters attached, and the writer of each of those letters is on page 481 of the agenda packet. So if anybody's interested in seeing the letters and who they were from that were attached, they are in the agenda packet for public review. The beginning letter starts at page 460 from the Air Force, and it has 13 letters attached, and the list is on page 481. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado.
Thank you for that explanation, because they were confused a little bit or wondering about that. I don't have a whole lot. I just want to say that I personally look at the bigger picture meaning what the Air Force does for our region. And it's not just the city of Moreno Valley. It's not just Riverside or Riverside County. It's the entire region. It's literally the west coast of the United States of America. So when I do this, and you're right, somebody come up here and said we have a tough decision, for sure, 100%. This is a very tough decision because property owners do have rights, but there are, if you look at the bigger picture of what's really going on, I think that's what makes these decisions a little tougher. So I'll keep that for my vote and go from there.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Shaylinda Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm hearing all of this back and forth, and I believe the city attorney said that there were remedies that were offered. But before we even get to the remedies that were offered, my thing is that the property owner has rights. He wants to build a parking lot there. We've also heard that the street on Heacock is going to be, there's talk of it being finished all the way through to Harley Knox, which is actually going to make it busier. I come from a place of, there were so many remedies that could have happened before we even got to this point. For one, if the Air Force knew that it needed to be a clear zone and they didn't want anyone to build there, simply buy the property, right? Because to me, that's just common sense. If you know you don't want someone to build there, if you know that you need that area clear, which, by the way, I visited the area several times over the last month or so, different times of the day, I'm sorry. And as other council members have pointed out, that F-16 dropped over there in the city of Riverside. And it got quiet, it got shut down. It didn't happen over here on the runway, it dropped over there. So I appreciate everyone coming out. I appreciate everyone telling us all of the repercussions that are going to happen, how they're going to shut down the base. But let us also be honest with what's already happening there. Amazon is consistently flying out of there. How do I know? I actually live on that side of town. I actually live on that side of town near Cosmo. So I can see what's happening over there. I know that Target is coming through there. There's all kinds of things, not just the Air Force flying planes. So let's be honest and let's be real about what's happening. So you're worried about his property. You haven't actually given a solution for his property other than agriculture, but we still are talking about we want to preserve for life. Well, last time I checked, for agricultural purposes, somebody's got to be out there, right? Cars are already parked there, even though there's not a parking lot. There's trucks out there already. I've seen random people park there. I've seen homeless people over there. So there's a lot more to it. And I just wish, for the sake of the Air Force and the JPA. So yes, everyone's talking about we get so much money, we get all this. We haven't gotten that money yet. And we'll talk about all that later, but we haven't gotten that money yet. But I also don't like coming in here and telling us all of the things that are going to happen, and it's going to be our fault if we don't rule in a particular way or we don't go a certain way. It's going to be our fault that that base closes. When the truth is, just like we've had this conversation before, I have 209,000 plus other people I have to think about. I have a property owner who has rights. If you guys really wanted it, eminent domain was probably an option you could have looked at. So as far as I'm concerned, It's a very tough decision. I already know what's going to happen in either direction. It's an unfair decision personally to put us in when this could have been resolved a million different other ways. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to share a few comments here as well before we conclude the deliberation and take action on this item. As my colleagues have alluded to, we have a complicated and difficult decision to make here in just a few minutes. A lot of moving parts to this that have culminated in this evening over several years that this project has gone through the process. And I'm empathetic to concerns from, in this case, both sides, right? Appellants and applicants. I respect property rights, absolutely I do. And at the same time, I respect the mission and the vision of the base and ensuring that that is safe as well. So I'm empathetic to both sides of the argument, empathetic to reasoning and rationale from both sides as well. And, you know, again, this is a complicated situation that unfortunately is now here before us and we'll have to decide. But no matter which way this vote goes, it's not the end of the process for this particular project. No matter how this council votes, this is probably going to end up in litigation one way or another, and the courts will have to figure it out after any decision that we make here. So I'll conclude my comments with that, and that will conclude deliberation. So at this time, I entertain any motion by the members of the council.
I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023 attached hereto denying the appeal PAA 22-005 and PAA 23003 upholding the Planning Commission's decision approving the plot plan for the automotive parking lot.
Okay. And we do have a motion on the floor.
So for clarification, the motion is to adopt Resolution 2023, next in order, denying the appeals PAA 22005 and PAA 23-003. And this will uphold the Planning Commission's decision certifying the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program prepared for the plot plan, which were completed in compliance with CEQA and the CEQA guidelines and reflects the Planning Commission and City Council's independent judgment and analysis of the plot plan's potential environmental impacts. And two, adopt resolution number 2023, next in order, approving the Planning Commission's approval of plot plan PAN 21-0102 based on the recitals, evidence, and findings contained in the administrative record as set forth in more detail in the Planning Commission and City Council resolutions and staff reports. Is that what you wanted to do?
Exactly.
Thank you, City Attorney. So there is a motion on the floor, and is there any second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Councilmember David Marquez and a second by Councilmember Shaylinda Bernard. Please vote. That motion passes with 3 yeses and 2 nos. And City Attorney, do we need to take any further action, or does that conclude everything for that item?
That concludes this matter.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that moves us to item F2, and very shortly we'll get to item G and item H as well. I know there's several other items on the agenda. Thank you everyone for being patient here tonight. Item F2 is a public hearing for one national pollutant discharge ballot proceeding. This is very routine, and we have a report of financial management services.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. So I figured since F1 took several hours, I might have that much time on F2. So at least
We'll
this
see
one.
what everybody has to say about that.
Yeah. At least this is a routine annexation into our NPDES program. Currently, this particular development has 8 single-family units attached to that development. I recommend that staff or that council conduct the public hearing and then direct city clerk to open and count the returned NPDES ballots. That concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brian. That was a quick 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay, so that'll bring us to council questions of staff if desired. Seeing none, that'll bring us to public comment. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on this item?
There are no requests to speak, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to council deliberation if desired. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion by the city council to direct staff to open the ballot and read the results. I'll make a motion for that. Okay, motion and a second, please vote. Okay, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Okay, I'll open the ballot. Okay, the ballot has been signed, dated, and it's a yes vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And at this time, I'll make a motion to receive that ballot result and record it appropriately.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, please vote. That passes unanimously 5-0. And that concludes that particular item, which now moves us to, sorry, give me just 1 second. Yeah.
Okay, but you're going first. Okay.
We have now item G on the agenda, which is items removed from the consent calendar. We had two particular items in this case. We'll start with A8. And A8 was an item on the consent calendar regarding the March Joint Powers Authority sunsetting agreements, and we have a report of economic development.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. This item before you for your consideration is actually approval of two agreements. First is the approval of the 14th Amendment to the March JPA Authority Agreement, and the second is approve the tax and revenue sharing agreement between cities of Moreno Valley, cities of Paris, Riverside, and the County of Riverside. As a little bit of a background, the JPA agreements, it was originally done in 1993 due to the downsize of the base and really to transfer about 3,500 acres of surplus March Air Reserve-based property to the JPA. At that time, the member agencies pertained to cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, City of Riverside, plus the County of Riverside. And the objective at that time was to replace Southam's jobs that were lost and millions of dollars potentially lost because of the downsize of the base, and also maintain the viability of the airport as a joint-use airfield. Ever since the formation of the JPA, there has been a lot of increase in development, and a lot of the revenue was absorbed and received by the county and also the JPA. However, the member cities did not receive really any revenue on any of the projects within the JPA. So over the past several years, there's been a lot of extensive negotiation to have some form of revenue share so that the member agencies can have some revenue share. So before you for your consideration is the revenue sharing agreement. On the first is the 14th Amendment, which really talks about future balances of revenues, land sale proceeds, rents, and profits are to be shared equally among the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Riverside, and the County of Riverside. Also on the tax and revenue sharing agreement, the deal is structured in which the property tax, the county will receive 75% of the property tax. The three cities split the remaining 25% three ways. On the sales tax, TOT, which is hotel revenue, franchise fees, that will be split equally among all four member agencies. And more importantly, the city of Moreno Valley would receive the repayment of Moreno Valley property tax, which would contribute close to $832,000 a year to help with the JPA bonds. The fiscal impact of this is going to be very, very good for the city. Potentially one-time revenue on fund balance and land sale proceeds, we're looking at potentially about $21 million, probably in the next few years as some of the lands are potentially sold. Also on an annual basis, it looks like that City of Moreno Valley will receive about $2.6 million in the first year, projecting to increase revenue as more sales tax generating businesses open within the JPA area. As of note, that this also requires that all member cities to approve this agreement. So I know the City of Paris and City of Riverside is slated to consider the approval of their agreement in the next 30 days. Thereafter, assuming all three cities have approved, the County of Riverside will consider approval of the agreements to go before the County Board of Supervisors probably in March. And if all goes well, the revenue collection will commence of July 1st in 2023, and staff is recommending that we do approve both agreements. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. And that'll move us to any council questions of staff for this particular item. And if you have any questions, please hit your speaker button. Okay, questions from Councilmember David Marquez.
Just real quick. Mike, you said the revenue's 2.5 million. Is that the first year? Does it get retroactive at all back?
So it would be the first year. This is our annual revenue. So that would be a share of the sales tax, property tax, and the TOT revenue. So and also repayment of Beard Valley property tax. We pay about $870,000 a year to the JPA. So all that we pay back on the first year. And as more projects come into the JPA that generate sales tax, TOT, other revenues, those revenues are going to increase.
Now that's plus the 2.5 million.
Yeah, well, that's the 2.6, and every year potentially should increase as more revenues are generated within the JPA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more questions from the council, that'll bring us to public comment on this particular item for A8. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers for this item?
Yes, we have one speaker, Roy Bleckard.
Mr. Bleckard?
Thank you, council members B&B, Baca, and Bernard for pulling this and having an explanation on why this is happening at this time. This is a very important agreement sunsetting, and I didn't hear anything, and I kind of read it, but maybe it needs some clarification before you pass this. It said it was going to take till 2041 to actually divide all this up and get rid of the JPA altogether. This is, and if that's part of this agreement, that's a pretty historic change from what was in. Basically, as I understand it, when this whole thing started, was once the JPA was done, built out, we were going to all split up the property and it was going to go away, and that was it. Maybe there was an airport authority to run the actual airport, but as we're hearing, that's probably going to be a commercial airport very soon. Look at what's happening. Again, that's why I sent the email, I think, on Friday, of why an issue of this importance is on the freaking consent calendar in the first place. This should be on a report, on a G item or a F item on that. We fought this. Victoria Baca, Ray Hossman, Pete Bleckard, of putting stuff on the consent calendar that does not need to be and should not be on there. What you're doing is trying to suppress the right of the people to speak. And I'm talking to you three little boys in there that will not, you, all three of you, are sitting up there, and today, you are purposely, and I'm saying it, you are purposely taking our right to speak because you want to conflict the meeting so we can't talk. Just like they used to run Victoria and Louise, and we'd try and hang up the meeting so they could get back here and talk. This is what's wrong with this city. And again, I would like the explanation on why this is going on. It's not good public policy. That's why I bring these issues up. That's why I stand here, fight like hell, to do the procedures correctly. A lot of you, and I've talked to practically every one of you and everyone in the staff, and everybody has an excuse at times in this. But just like with the JP and everything, it's time to start not only standing up for that, stand up for the citizens of Moreno Valley.
Madam Clerk, any other public speakers for this item?
Not for this item, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us now to council deliberation from any council members, if desired. Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember David Marquez.
I'll second.
And just to clarify, what is the motion?
Motioning. Motion to
Okay,
approve.
motion to approve by Councilmember Marquez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Delgado. Please vote. Thank you. That item passes unanimously, 5 yeses. And that'll bring us now to the other item that was pulled, which is item 812 on the consent calendar, which is in regards to the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget review, and we have a report of financial and management services.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. So this item has typically been on the consent calendar based on budget policy. It is a routine, non-confrontational item that comes before the council on a quarterly basis. There are typically minor adjustments that are related to department requests to realize operational efficiencies or based on trends of actual receipts or expenditures in which we're realigning the budget to meet those various trends. At this point, I will go ahead and conclude my presentation, and I am available for any questions that council may have.
Does the council have any questions for Brian? Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
We have one, Roy Bleckard.
Okay, thank you. Roy?
So another little bit of revisionist history going on. Well, I remember going through the vid and we put all this stuff on the consent calendar, but I sure remember going with, Rick Tykert, Marshall Ironman, and a whole host of them. 2 of you sitting there have been in these meetings where we had the report. They listed what the budget adjustments were, what was being spent, how it was being spent, how they were moving the money around, not just rubber stamp, boom, this is what you got. That's the way you want to do public policy? You think that's proper procedure for running a public meeting on a public agency that you all swore an oath to office to do? That's why the email came in. Gave you every opportunity. I want to see the response from the council members to the city staff on my email asking the question. Maybe as you were talking about, maybe we should have negotiated with the JPA or something. How about answering a citizen's legitimate question, why are you doing this? Then I have to come up here and practically threaten to run around this council chambers naked to have you enforce the rules and procedures that I've told you 9,432 times. Just like this, it says that when an item is pulled, it is a regular agenda item and we have 3 minutes to speak on it. Read it. You know it. Again, you want to complain about what was happening over here, but you want to do exactly the same thing. So, you wonder why there's the angst in this community. You wonder why a lot of people just plain gave up. It's precisely this stuff that goes on. So I say, if you really want to fight, if you really want to stand up, if you really want to uphold your oath of office, then let's have the debates. Let's have the participation. Let's have everybody's thoughts so we can have all the information. I've told you many times, I'm perfectly comfortable with any decision you make as long as you're making out a complete and accurate information.
Thank you, Mr. Bleckert. Madam Clerk, any further comments or any?
That concludes public comment.
Mayor, before there's a motion, I just want to state for the record, because there was possible inference that there's no attachments to this particular staff report. There's actually 7 attachments, and item 5 is actually the proposed amendments to the budget adjustments, and they are detailed and listed with various justifications as to why those particular adjustments are coming before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
All motion to approve A12 fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget.
Okay, there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Delgado and a second by Councilmember Marquez.
Point of clarification. Brian, what page on the agenda packet would those transactions be for the public to review?
I'm sorry, I do not have that off the top of my head.
Okay, but it's in the agenda packet under
Yeah,
maybe
so
this item, so.
it would have been under the original A12 because the agenda packet does not move
Not
to
change.
G2.
Right, so I
So
think
it's
it's
under A12 and it would be item 5, which is the proposed budget adjustments.
Okay, so for the public, that's going to be between page 61 and 42.
And that was published last Thursday.
Last Thursday. Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember, for bringing that up. One of the things, maybe we can make this adjustment later, but it might be easier because there's just so many pages in the agenda packets. If maybe in the agenda that we put online, if it's possible to specify maybe the first page of where people can find it in the agenda packet, it might make things a little bit easier in the future. But we could figure that out at some other time. So just a quick comment on that. So there is a motion and a second here on the floor. Before we vote, any further comments, any requests from the council? Okay, seeing none, please vote. And that is approved unanimously, 5-0. And that moves us now to item H, general business on the agenda. And the first item of the 3 that we have on item H Did you have something, council member? There were only 2 items pulled for separate actions,
Yes,
correct?
for the record, there were 2 items that were pulled from A8
for
and
a
12
comment.
that
Okay.
moved to G1 and 2. The JAG grant had to be recused by MPT,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but it was
That was-
part of
that
the
was already
original
voted on.
consent.
Minus my vote for that.
Yeah. Okay. So item H, general business. H1 is art mural program discussion here for the city council, and we have a report from our city manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. If you recall, Ordinance 992 was approved by council on November 1st and second reading on February 6th of 2022, which created the public art impact fee, which is a developmental impact fee. This particular fee became effective 60 days after the second reading, which for the record is February 6th of 2023. Just to confirm, since we're talking about the fee, there has been no revenues received to date related to this DIF fee. But when the approvals came forward in November 1st and December 6th, Parks and Community staff had started working with the Arts Commission after the December 6th approval to start looking at a public art policy, which would include policies and procedures for commissioning and displaying public art throughout the city. All the various aptitudes of what public art would stand for: sculptures, murals, fountains, displays, etc. Subsequently to Parks and Community Services staff engaging the Arts Commission, on January 3rd, 2023, the mayor requested that this be brought back to council for discussion. At which point we created the staff report, and it's before you now. I'm suggesting that council approve the staff recommendations as identified in recommendation number 1 to authorize the Assistant City Manager and Parks Community Services Director to continue working with the Arts Commission to develop the public art policy. This public art policy will reflect the mission of the Arts Commission and will include the guidelines regarding the submittal process, selection criteria, installation, deinstallation, insurance, agreements, community engagement, and fiscal analysis, which, once that is completed, would come back to council in a form of an actual policy that would then be memorialized and approved by council. But as the Art Commission is a standing commission that was already approved by council, that is the standard protocol for when these types of new fees or new policies are being implemented or reviewed or analyzed. That concludes my comments, but I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brian. And so that will bring us to council questions of staff at this time. Any questions of staff, please hit your speaker button. We do have questions here from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
I just want to confirm, Brian, that this is already ongoing. You guys are already working with the Arts Commission to come up with the policy.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks.
Based on the parameters in which the Art Commission was created by council to look at city art. But council previously approved the Art Commission in certain parameters, and that's why this particular policy is being developed at that level at this particular point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Bernard.
How many positions are available on the Art Commission currently?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Possibly city clerk or Jeremy Bubnick.
I did get.
I have even less on the top of my head, so
Okay. I might.
I don't know that name. That
Might have
either.
an idea.
I believe there's about 3 or so.
Well, there's 3 people on there currently, and I think it's either 5 or 7
Total.
total. Yeah. So there's only 3 on there currently. So there's space on. So I say that to say, so there is space on the Art Commission if someone wanted to join the Art Commission. Which, by the way, we have a meeting tomorrow night at 6. I will be there, right over here at the Rec Center. Okay. So as someone who's formerly on the Art Commission, we're right over there.
Wonderfully, thank you. So also the applications for any commission can be found on the city clerk's website.
Thank you for that, council member. And so just a call for everyone there, anyone interested in joining the Arts Commission. There are approximately 3 to 5 seats available to fill. So if anyone's interested, please feel free to reach out to us. Any further comments or, excuse me, questions from the council for staff? And just a quick question for you, Brian. You did go through the diff, right, which I know you guys worked really hard to put that in place, and we were able to get that done so that over time we'll start collecting fees from particular development projects, and that will go into that public art diff fund to fund future public art projects. You mentioned that currently, because this just went into effect officially earlier this month, do you have an approximate timeline on when we might start seeing some funds go into that fund, and possibly even how much we expect to collect over time?
So my fiduciary responsibility to residents and council would say that I take an ultra-conservative approach when we create a new fund like this. And I wouldn't bring forward to council any budget estimates until we actually start receiving revenues. Typically what we would do from our policy procedure is we would wait until on a quarterly basis when we bring back first quarter, mid-year, third quarter, we would take a look at revenues received. And just like any revenues in which we're seeing they're outpacing budget, we would bring those to council, ask for budgetary increases not on the revenues, but also on the expenditure so that we can get those particular items reinvested back into programs and services for the residents. So similar to this particular fund and the creation of this fund, on a quarterly basis, we'd give you an update, and predicated that the policy actually be approved, we would then be providing this particular council the information and what is available, and working with the Art Commission as to items that could potentially come through as projects for this particular council to approve based on the budgets available. But I do not have any estimates based on any development going on at this particular point in time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. Another question?
Brian, don't you have an 8-ball, that black thing, remember? You rub it?
Yes.
And you turn it over?
I turned
thought
it
you
over.
had one on your desk.
Yeah, I turned that over to the financial resources manager, and that's how she's coming up with the general fund budget.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had. So that'll conclude. Yeah. That'll conclude the questions of staff, and that'll lead us to now public comment on this particular item. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. The first one is Brian Portillo, followed by Danny Z, and then Geneva Alleman.
Madam Clerk, how many do we have?
I'm just here to support him. Is that okay?
About 16.
Give us just one second. 16 speakers?
Yes.
Okay. Just a question for staff. Since, well, it's now 9 o'clock, but I know folks have been waiting a really long time to speak on this item. I would hate to cut their time. So just because earlier in the meeting we've already allocated 3 minutes for other items, I think it's probably best that we keep it consistent. But I think some of the council members might, have different input on that. So just my opinion would be to keep it at 3 minutes per speaker to allow speakers to share their opinion on the item. Yeah, just to keep it consistent. And folks have been waiting a really long time for this. So we'll make it 3 minutes per speaker. And we have our first speaker here, Mr. Brian Portillo.
Well, good evening, council and mayor. So let me start. My name is Byron Portillo, and I am a Moreno Valley resident and local artist. I am here to speak on the vision that we have for our city when it comes to public arts. As some may know or may not know, I usually paint on the corner of Day Street and Canyon Springs, and have been doing so for a couple of years now. It started as nothing, or so I thought. But through painting out in public, I came to realize the positive impact it was having on our community. That I was inspiring people to do what nobody had the guts to do, to be bringing joy to many faces, anyone from 80-year-old seniors to 2-year-old small children. And experiencing so much love and a butterfly effect of an ambition through the youth. And I would love nothing more than to spread that love to our future generation. And as an artist, I have experienced ups but also downs. The downs being that there is no access to resources within our community for either artists or any kind of creative. And that your best bet will be driving down Day Street and watching me paint. But I feel that as a community, we could be doing so much more. And not only for the artist, but for everyone, for the youth, to beautify and also to beautify our city with beautiful murals, to inspire the people to do more through our public arts programs. And even have maybe an inclusive space to where people can create, but most of all, to inspire the next generation of positive thinkers, public officials, educators, and creators. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Danny Z, Genevieve Alleman, and Marco Manzo.
Is Danny Z here with us still? If not, we can go to the next speaker, and then if Danny comes back, we can call him in at that time. So next we have Genevieve Aleman.
Alrighty, hello. So I just want to respond directly to Christopher Baca for his statement saying that murals will instantly bring graffiti to our city. Like my dad showed you guys earlier, these are 2 murals that are present in Casablanca, Riverside, California. And this is one of the most underserved communities in Riverside. And as you can see, there is no graffiti whatsoever, and they haven't experienced that in the time of these murals being up. Graffiti is inevitable. It happens all the time. I'm not here to justify it, but to ask the question, what could be their intention? One thing I've learned from a friend of mine that has helped me become a more loving human is to reflect and look from both sides of their perspective. Now, once again, what is their intention? Perhaps it's to be seen, to find a way to make a statement, to write their name, to draw a little character, to practice their spray paint. But why would they do that? Do you think they had something against the business? Are they just a troubled citizen? Or perhaps they have a desire to practice spray painting, to practice murals and art on public spaces. Now, I have faith in humanity. I have faith in Moreno Valley. I'm the person that assumes the best from people till they prove me wrong. There are many successful artists that are ashamed to say, but that's where they had to start. Now, how can we stop this from happening? Perhaps giving them the opportunity to practice their art, a place they can display their art where it's not illegal to do so. There are so many things that can happen, so many what ifs. Why does that mean we can't try? If you have that mentality, I am here to tell you kindly, you have lost some faith in our community. You assume the worst out of people. I am here to help encourage our citizens to create. I am here to help create opportunities to allow those who want to practice spray paint to spray paint. Let's open the door to our artists. Don't just shut them out because you're afraid of what could potentially happen. One reason people could lash out and vandalize a project could possibly be because they weren't allowed to be a part of it. What if they were invited to the visioning sessions? What if they were handed a paintbrush and had the opportunity to paint besides a professional muralist? Not only did you potentially solve a graffiti issue, but you might have just sparked a love for art that they didn't realize that they had before. One way to keep people out of trouble is by providing them healthy outlets to do with their time. How many people here use art as a way to express themselves? Moreno Valley would benefit from a community art studio, from art workshops where creatives can gather and learn from one another, from participating in a community mural. I thank you for the Festival of the Arts that's coming up next month. My father will actually be demonstrating a live succulent mural. Now, let's keep Moreno Valley artists here. Don't let them flock away to other cities that are doing what we should be doing. These next few years, Moreno Valley is going to be growing in so many ways. Please hear us when we are talking to you. Art needs to be made a priority for our citizens, for our future. These artists are speaking from their heart, their need to create in their own city. Thank you once again, and please, Moreno Valley, help us stand behind our local talent and uplift our artists. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for my creatives that sat through it all. I know it was long, and I appreciate your determination to bring change here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aleman.
The next 3 speakers are Marco Monzo, Eddie Batista, and Karen Vilches.
And is Marco A. Manzo here? If not, we'll come back if he comes back here as well. Next, we have Eddie Bautista for a public comment.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Eddie Bautista, and I'm a part of their art team, and I truly support them. So, first of all, I would like to say that I truly support their art project, and I have lived in the Moreno Valley for almost 8 years. I have never seen any art projects, any murals around the city, or any buildings at all. But this time we will able to get this project passed. I have seen nothing at all. No colors, no vibrance, no joyful, nothing at all. Until I have met these best teams, Jesse, Genevieve, and her colleagues who came here in Moreno Valley, who will come here to create these art projects. They have done so much in Riverside, and I think in Paris as well. But now Moreno Valley is next. Moreno Valley is next. So now we were able to create changes. And now I myself as a Moreno Valley resident and an MVC student who will truly support this project. And now let's hope that I'm sorry. I don't identify myself as an artist, but I do enjoy seeing all those projects like arts, drawings, paintings, everything. But now it's like, now if we able to bring this this art project here in Moreno Valley, every resident will be all happy. They will able to see every paintings on the streets, buildings, and small businesses. So now let's all support this and get this law passed. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Karen Vilches, Melanie Flanders, and Juan Salinas.
So apparently, do you want to see inspiration in Moreno Valley? You like to see splendid designs in a city like this, like these cute characters from Animal Crossing? Or this amazing badass design of Bayonetta? I've been in the city around like 18 years, and honestly, it's this bland look. Everything is all bland. But we needed to see art and inspiration in our amazing city. Apparently, it's one of my arts here. I want to see this kind of inspiration arts in my city. As an artist myself, I want to show my art to the world. Always drawing on paper, taking a picture on my phone or my Nintendo DSi, uploading the art on the media. And of course, our motto is where our dreams soar, so we can make this dream soar and make it happen. Let's have art in our city, from Calico. And also at the sink, and there's more art if you want to see. It is. And also, it's been 5 years I have these characters, so these are my characters from the hit game Utopia. I want to see art happen. And that's it.
Next three speakers are Melanie Flanders, Juan Salinas, and Rosie Cortez.
Is Melanie Flanders here? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, which is Juan Salinas.
Good evening, council, community. My name is Juan Salinas. I'm 28 years old. I'm a resident and small business owner here in Moreno Valley. I'm here representing small business owners, creatives, and young entrepreneurs that want to see great art in the city of Moreno Valley. We hope that we come together and we can build more stuff like this in our community to bring all of us together and see a brighter future for all the youth out here. So thank you so much and have a great night.
Next three speakers are Rosie Cortez, Juan Navarro, and Ronnie Armas.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rosie Cortez, and I am speaking in support of the public arts in our city. I am a local artist, a muralist, living in Moreno Valley, but making a living and thriving as an artist in Riverside. Growing up here, it's always been told to me that to make it as an artist, I had to get out of Moreno Valley. About 10 years ago, I left my hometown to study art, and after graduating, I moved back home. My first thought was that was the end of my art career. I was lucky enough to find a growing art community in Riverside. In this community, I was able to become a muralist and help transform the underserved neighborhood of Eastside Riverside. I have personally seen how murals actually deter graffiti, and on the city level, how our art has been leveraged to win millions in various city funding. I have been active in advocating for the arts in Riverside, and it's time I do the same here, where I actually live. After all, I see Moreno Valley as a blank canvas with lots of potential and untapped talent, and I'm here to lead by example. I took my very first art classes at Moreno Valley College, and I am proud to say that I'm currently hired to lead the first community-driven mural in our town. I invite everyone on the council and everyone listening tonight to come paint with me and join me in the creation of this mural. The painting begins on March 29th near the Humanities Building, and you don't have to have any experience to paint. I just really want you guys to see firsthand for yourselves how art can elevate our community. I firmly believe that artists are culture makers, and wherever artists thrive, so does that community. Art isn't a luxury and is actually a necessity. We are asking council to seriously take a look at how supporting the arts not only helps artists, but also transforms our city. The past few weeks, my friends and I have created an online survey, and we received over 120 responses with people that support this initiative and further public arts programs. So just let me know where I can turn this in for you guys to review, and I really encourage you to read through it and get ideas and inspiration onto what kind of public arts we could use in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rosie, if you'd like to leave that with Miss Jasmine, she'll make sure to get that to us. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Juan Navarro, Ronnie Armas, and Eric Johnson.
All right. Hello, Moreno Valley. So I'm a Riverside resident, but I'm here just to support everything happening here tonight with the artists from Moreno Valley. I'm standing with them. Yeah, my name is Juan Navarro. I'm an artist in residence for the Riverside Art Museum. My work's been in the Cheech as well. Now is the best time. You have a world-renowned art museum just 15 minutes away from here, 20 minutes, 30 minutes away from here. We're your sister, we're your cousin city, you're right next door to us. And the art is booming in Riverside, and we want to see the same for Moreno Valley. And the reason why is because I see that there's so much talent here. I run a small business called Eastside Art House. It's a collaborative co-working art studio. And some of the best artists are from Mobile, and they're visiting us, and we're uplifting the Eastside Riverside neighborhood. If you Google Eastside Riverside right now, instead of seeing stories of crime and things, yes, things still happen, but there's also stories of hope and peace and prosperity happening through the arts there right now. So I want to bring that as a gift for you guys as well. And of course, we can do it in a very formal way. That's why we're here tonight, to get you guys on board with us as well as we continue the conversation for change. We can establish a public art strategic plan, identifying funding sources. They could be public, but also private funders as well. Supporters, even local businesses that support art right now could contribute to this fund. We can also create guidelines. We can identify specific locations, what's yes and what's no, you know what I mean? We can engage the community and ultimately then create the art. So we understand that there is a formal process when it comes to the city. And I know that Moreno Valley is eager and they're ready and there's so much talent, and I just want to uplift. I just don't want people to be ashamed to claim their city when they're in other cities. This happened to me before too. Before I even started doing art in Riverside, I would travel to San Francisco, LA, and then they'd be like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "I'm from Riverside. What's that?" And I would be like, "Oh, just a few miles from LA. Oh, we know where that is." So, but there is a renaissance happening right now, artistic renaissance for the Inland Empire, and we want you to be one of those cities to also be able to have that badge with you. And again, the art topic doesn't have to even come from one person or from one group. It can be so diverse, and it could be meaningful to that neighborhood. And as long as we do the appropriate process to engage the community, this can be something where people do feel heard. Again, we could beautify the community landscape, promote walkability. This is for people that are interested in public health and getting people outside to explore their city. We can increase the quality of life for every individual. You'll see all walks of life come up here promoting the arts, from someone that maybe have very low education all the way to a very highly educated person. We can all come together through the arts. We could also contribute to the city culture and economic development.
Thank you, Juan.
Oh, thank you.
The next three speakers are Ronnie Armas, Eric Johnson, and Brandon Karn.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ronnie Armas, and I am a fine arts photographer. I moved to the Inland Empire 7 years ago from Los Angeles. When I got here, I was surprised at the lack of art galleries, murals, theater, and music venues. I was left feeling isolated and found I had to drive over an hour to satiate my artistic cultural cravings. But as an arts business owner, I also know where there is lack, there is opportunity. Artists are the catalysts of change and innovators of culture, and yet we are also rooted in family and tradition. We are the brave ones existing on the fringe, going out on a limb to explore possibility, both internal and external, through painting, photography, sculpture, theater, poetry, dance, etc. It is art that stirs the soul, inspires social movements, civic engagement, and community pride. We are living in heavy times, and it is art that gives us permission and space to process and cope. Art unifies and empowers. Art is the mirror in which we can all be seen, heard, and acknowledged. Here today before you is a wonderful opportunity to be like these amazing artists, to be brave and to explore new and amazing opportunities to bring unity and pride to your community. I was part of a public art initiative in North Hollywood. I grew up there, and it was blighted and forgotten. It was through strategic and compassionate partnerships with the city and local artists that a rejuvenation and community invigoration was achieved. It was through the arts that businesses began to see an opportunity to invest and grow. It was through the arts that residents found a renewed sense of pride, and it is because of these artists that the children and families of North Hollywood can now enjoy the public art instead of vacant lots or neglected buildings. And because of the arts, NoHo is now a major economic hub for the city of Los Angeles. Art has even graced the walls in your lobby. The Getty Center recently published a beautiful book on murals, street art, and its rich cultural significance. A prosperous society is predicated on embracing the culture makers. Let's support bringing artistic vibrancy and expression, mutual respect, individual opportunity, economic growth, community pride, and love through this arts initiative. You all have been blessed to be the first supporters and patrons of this new burgeoning movement to innovate the future of Moreno Valley. Art shapes the world. Let these amazing artists shape your community. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Eric Johnson, Brandon Karn, and Susan Alleman.
Is Eric Johnson here? If not, we will proceed with Mr. Brandon Karn.
All right, I'll wait for the time. All right, so I want to thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion. I reiterate many of the similar points that speakers have come up and said before. One thing I want you all to think about is all members of the present dais, outside of their current elected office, work in the county in some capacity, whether it's education, law enforcement, social work, the military, volunteering. You all see concerns, especially in Moreno Valley, about blight, crime, the homelessness increasing, as we talked about in the study session last week, particularly civic disillusionment. A lot of criticism in Moreno Valley being a blighted, rundown community, even though it's only 40 years old. Earlier, before the meeting, all members, all of you also have youth and grandchildren or children of your own in the city that are raised in the school system. And earlier, many of the representatives of the school district came here talking about STEAM education. I myself am a former Moreno Valley STEAM educator and currently am in other districts. And you made the quote that we all serve the same constituents, but is that really true? When I look at Moreno Valley Unified School District, I see an extensive array of murals on a variety of campuses throughout the district. They even have Sweeney Todd at the adult school at Bay. The junior college has had murals for 30 years since it was incorporated at the entryway. Even the county hospital does. There's private murals on Redlands Boulevard now at the Easter Market. All of these entities have found means of funding them, sometimes public, sometimes private. Why in 30, 40 years is the city of Moreno Valley not? There is precedent for creating murals. In 2013, the Civic Center murals here were approved by the council led that time by Victoria Baca, Tom Owings, and I believe from my understanding is they got it from Zone A funding from the Community Services District. I'm not sure if it's the same one. I'm also not sure how the school district funded it. I'm not sure if it's Measure M or not. And they were attempting this process in 2016 with the Marchfield Park Community Center and Skate Park. They were submitting for commissions, but I don't believe any were given. I would like to know more about that process and what the eventuality it is. Most of the sources of the funding that were presented to you by many of the muralists, I'm just speaking for the first time in the last few days, are not out of the general fund. They come from the state, they come from the federal government, the county. We see a lot of success in many other smaller communities like Yucaipa, Redlands, Temecula, parts of Coachella Valley, Riverside, LA. They're either younger than Moreno Valley, smaller, yet they're able to sustain these types of programs, ensure them, prevent vandalism, ensure they're maintained, and other types of matters. Not only should we use the Arts Commission to develop a plan for murals, but all types of art programs. David Marquez has run generally a transportation-themed art contest for the last 2 years. I just recently asked the mayor to oversee it instead. Consider something for private donation as a private funding. You have a lot of development. I wouldn't wait on div fees to fund it. What about private donors? A lot are claiming they want to donate in Moreno Valley. Let them show it in a program like this. Think of the extensive themes that we have in our history in the community. You know, diversity, military themes, civil service, disadvantaged populations, and others. All of that you can help with now tonight. Thank you.
Three speakers are Susan Alleman, Sarah Lara Tejas, and Antonio Martinez.
Hello, my name is Susan Alawan. I'm an 8-year resident and a now 5-year homeowner here in Moreno Valley. I'm here to speak on why Moreno Valley needs art, and I can only give my own perspective of what I've seen in my own family. Growing up, I have had a family that was into music. My brother was in art, and he was a pianist who could play beautifully. He now has schizophrenia and bipolar. I'm sure he has had his whole life anxiety diagnosed about 15 years ago. He's now 57. He went undiagnosed. My mom knew there was something different about him. So she let him do what he did best, was art and play music as his only outlet, even if it meant him missing a lot of school. He remained isolated. I can't imagine if he had an art community to support him. Just maybe he would have felt like he belonged. His artistic ability encouraged me to give my children a cultural upbringing. My daughter and my son started drawing when they were very young. Art was their outlet. My daughter stayed inspired and loved going with us to art walks. Without art, she wouldn't be who she is today. She would draw when she was upset, when she was happy or hopeful. You see, art inspires. Seeing a piece of art creates emotion. Art makes us think. Art makes your heart flutter. I myself don't draw, but I'm a hair colorist. My canvas is hair. The joy I feel when I give somebody a beautiful color can give someone a complete change in confidence. That's what art does. It makes us who we are. It inspires us to be. Cities need art. This city needs to create a community for creatives so that we can continue to inspire right here in our hometown of Moreno Valley. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Susan Lara Tejas, Antonio Martinez, and Jesus Alaman.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I've lived in Moreno Valley for 34 years, which is crazy because I'm only 17. I'm here because Genevieve and Jesse and Susan and the Sucks to Be You crew has really inspired me. They're my neighbors. They live across the street from me. And I've been seeing them at the Art Walk in Riverside and seeing all that they're doing for the community and how passionate they are about changing, what Moval's known for, which is honestly not very much. We're known for warehouses and apartment buildings. And I really want to see all of you support us and show us that you believe we are more than just factory workers, that we are artists, we are creatives, we are people who are passionate about our city and seeing it change. And it would be great if all of you in here were a part of what changes Moreno Valley and what we are known for. I truly believe that we can change it very quickly with art. I know San Bernardino doesn't have the greatest reputation. They're very much known for crime. I'm in San Bernardino almost every weekend going to Creative Grounds Art Studio, the Garcia Center of the Arts, the Performing Arts Theater. They have a really, really beautiful community of artists, and they are, people who have gone the other way. They're not doing all the crime that they see going on in their streets. They are changing what they are known for, and they are creating a community. And I truly see that as something that Moreno Valley can also be known for. so that I don't have to keep driving to San Bernardino. I don't have to keep going to Riverside to want to see some art or hang out with people who, you know, like-minded people and support each other. And I think it's beautiful that Rosie wants us to all come and help her with her mural. I think that's a great way for us all to build community, and to have somebody, you know, when I went to the Cheech, her painting was one of my favorite paintings I saw in the whole Cheech Museum. I had no idea who she was or where she was from, and to know that she's from Moval fills me with so much pride. And I'm ready to see more of that and more of our artists.
The next three speakers are Antonio Martinez, Jesus Alaman, and Luis Palomares.
Good evening. My name is Antonio Martinez. I'm a resident of Moreno Valley. I've been here 13 going on 14 years now. I'm a creative who's been creating, making art in different facets, a proponent of the positive effect of hip hop culture with the youth, and also us adults using that to push things in a positive direction. I've done mural work professionally with UCR, the University of Redlands, the Parks and Rec for Riverside, the school districts of Riverside, and also of San Bernardino. Prior to that, I am self-taught, so prior to that, I was one of these youth running around. I grew up in the 90s. I did not have a structured outlet for what I was doing. My father was an artist, so I picked up what I could use. He painted soccer tarps with spray paint. I picked up spray paint. I utilized it a bit differently than he did, but that was my tool that I created with. When I was 14, 15, I was already going to pool halls and hustling work to paint murals within there. That was my first step into making money off the craft. But without a platform, I did not professionally train in this, but I've pursued it and kept on it my entire life up to this date. I went through the fire and I came out and was able to land contracts, conduct business professionally, and spread this message of art throughout my community, which at the time was not Moreno Valley, though one of my first murals was on Sunnymead Boulevard behind the flower shop there. I got paid, you know, what would be small money now, but at the time was great. And that was actually my first piece. It stayed there maybe a couple years and then was painted over. So to see this movement occurring is very inspiring for me. Up until about a month ago, I really felt very alone out here. I had met with council I think it was in October, to present a mural proposal for the library here in Moreno Valley. It was met enthusiastically and pushed forward for approval, but that was denied, which was disheartening, but I understand there is a process. But to see this happening right now and the electricity that is occurring within this room and within this group of people is just a small piece of what I could see this movement doing to the city and to this community. And to be a part of that is very exciting, and all the seeds are there. They just need the water. And like I said, we're all here, and to see this is inspiring to myself. So I would hope that we can get this, for lack of better words, this dismal landscape. It's very sad out there for a creative. There's nothing beautiful out there. You know, anyone who lives within the city knows what we're dealing with within a daily just commute from here to the other side of the city, and what you see, and it's not very much beauty. So to see this happening, hopefully we can get this moving. I would love to see that beauty brought here and shared amongst everyone. So thank you for your time, and I do hope you move this forward.
The next three speakers are Jesus Alaman, Luis Palomares, and Christopher Baca.
Hello, Council, Mayor Cabrera. So I just want to thank everybody, first of all, for all the time. I mean, they came and they sat here and to tell our story, and I really appreciate it. A lot of them were the first time here at the council, and it's just so awesome because we got involved with the city. Like, it's so awesome that to be here, and I'm just proud of all these people that came to support our action and my daughter. And I want to thank Ms. Bernard because, you know, you are part of the Art Council, and tomorrow will be the meeting where we will, you know, some of us will come. So there's no disrespect there. We just don't know where to go and stuff. But we're just happy, that we did have everybody to come and tell their story. And I think it's something that Moreno Valley needs, and just to move us forward. And please, keep an open mind. That it takes a lot to change. It takes a little afraid to change. We do have a city that needs to be changed, and you guys are the ones that are gonna put that forward. So just say that we appreciate you guys, and I appreciate everybody that showed up today. So thank you.
Next three speakers are Luis Palomares, Christopher Baca, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Community activist Luis Palomares. Wow, a lot of good speakers here. Did a great job. I support the arts. I have a few concerns. I believe the DIT fees, so we can get some money there. But they were talking about, a lot of the speakers talking about money from other people. They can raise money. They're going to try to do that. And that's great, because right now we don't have no DIT fees, because we don't have no new development, because our mayor and council member Marcus, good projects come and they vote them down. We need those DIT fees to get this up and running. It'd be great. We had some money in there. So I guess we will sooner or later. But in the meantime, a lot of people said, we're going to try to raise some money. We're going to try to get some private donations. We're going to try, and that's great. That is great. Now, one concern of mine is, let me see. One concern of mine is murals. They're beautiful. They're great. I love them. But where are we going to put them, and how many are we going to put? That's my concern. That's my concern, as far as where does it start and where does it end. But I'm all about art, and I'm all about murals. When I go up to downtown LA, it's beautiful seeing all that stuff out there. But that's in the middle of the city there, and that's a question. That's what we got to ask, that hard question. Also, as far as the money, we need the money, like from private people that are going to put it, so we can make this happen, because it is a therapy for a lot of people. It does make a difference in their lives. We do need this. But we need the funding. We got to get the funding for all this, because we don't got enough we don't got no debt fees in there for new development yet. So if we can start saying, yes, when they want to build some apartment buildings, yes, those are debt fees. When they want to build a building, yes, that's going to bring money for this, all of this dream that they got on the table. All these youngsters, they did an excellent job. My hat's off to them. So let's get it up and running. Let's get some money in our community, because we don't know how long it's going to take for them to get private donations or for them to raise money. Let's start building some stuff here so we can get those DIT fees, so we can get this project up and running. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca, followed by Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening. Former arts commissioner from 2013 to 2015, I believe. And I just wanted to point out, when it comes to the arts, you're preaching to the choir. You can, community can thank our group led by Victoria for getting the El Grito, for getting Dia de los Muertos. When I was on the commission, I proposed having Boulevard Nights. That never happened because we got a lot of kickback from the sheriff department. So maybe now that we have a more open thing, we can do that. I'd like to see summer cruise nights on Sunnymead Boulevard, that was my, I had the whole plan. I have the plans. I may be able to bring them up, and basically we'll where the Pet Boys is, to cut that off and make it a festival. And it's basically Chicano art. But I'm sorry some people misconstrued what I said about the murals and the blight, and basically, growing up in East LA, gang activity and graffiti and all that. When I see certain type of murals glamorizing, the thug life or whatever, I don't think the city should get involved in that type of thing. The artist presented a lot of very beautiful arts that are possible for murals. Sure. So my apologies if you misconstrued what I meant by the murals. I just meant certain types can attract blight and graffiti. Kind of strange how we went full circle here with certain, I'll say it with our mayor, where when I was on the arts committee, it was very difficult to get anything on there. I was laughed off with the Boulevard Nights. We were ridiculed about the El Grito. And as far as other stuff is concerned, but I had one supporter, and it was Mr. Cabrera, if you recall. You were the one there, the only person there at every meeting supporting me for my ideals. So I'm glad to see that you're bringing this. It's come full circle, and I hope, we see a lot of public art. And, like I said, I was previously on the commission. I'm glad Ms. Bernard brought it up. There's 3 openings. You should extend those openings and include all these people on the boards so that the community can be involved. There's a lot here, and I'm really glad to see, these people here supporting and promoting the arts that will help our city with our blight, and I hope we get the funding for that. Thank you.
Final speaker is Tom Gerald Sr.
Tom Gerald, again, speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and staff and the public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but candidly, this, big turnout of all these vibrant, young, talented people is very inspirational. I affirm you, and especially sticking it out, late to get your public input in. It's important. I actually have a small, well, first of all, I'm not, innately gifted. I have some abilities in architecture and building design and stuff like that, but I have a great appreciation for the arts. In fact, I have a lady friend I knew, and she's done very well with her artwork. She's working with all the movie stars. She's actually making a movie right now. So I've seen how people can really develop in that arena there. She's a very talented person, as well as a number of others I've met over the years. And Chris has a lot of good ideas too. He's inspired me many times with some of his good thinking for the community. But what I did want to suggest, something I mentioned earlier about our symphony, it's going to be here in a couple of days. I encourage a number of these young people to come. The worst you can do is hear some great music and meet some nice people. But maybe you can get some collaboration going, and they can enhance that and use it as a display, not for this event because it's in the can, so to speak. But come out Thursday night, 7 o'clock. The music starts at 7. City people can probably put you in touch with some of the leaders of that, and so you can talk to them ahead of time. Maybe in a future concert, they do 4 a year. You can display some art and network and bring your people and make suggestions, and because that's an up and running thing. That what we now call the Wind Symphony was a community band, goes all the way back to the 80s. So it's got some, it's got some legs in the community, and it's stood the test of time and done some great things, made it through a pandemic and a couple of recessions. So, it's a good thing. So maybe they can get a draft off that and, get a good start to what they want to do. But I affirm you and press on.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That moves us now to council deliberation. If desired, if any members of the council would like to speak, please go ahead and hit your button here. I'll go ahead and call on you. First on the list here, we have Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado.
I'm going to be very quick because it's late, but I can't wait to see some of the art that does go up in the city, and I'm really looking forward to actually the process in which the Planning Commission is going to work collaboratively with these groups. I think that's, but it has to go through the, not the Planning Commission, the Arts Commission. But I'm looking forward to it. But one of the things I want to do is the pillars on the freeways, they're plain. You know what I mean? Remember that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next, we have Councilmember Shalinda Bernard.
I like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I especially like to thank you guys for bearing with us. I do know some of them went home, but I appreciate you guys coming out. I appreciate the energy that's come with all of this tonight. I also appreciate Mr. Martinez being here because I remember the mural that was presented. It is an extremely well thought out mural. I know there was a question about where will these things go. His in particular was going to be on the side of the library on Alessandro. So I very much encourage that. I very much encourage the idea of murals and things like that. The reason I think I wanted us all to make sure that we focus on getting this information to the Art Commission is because the Art Commission is where we consider the subject matter experts to be. That's where we're going to consider what the actual policy is to get it done. I've heard a lot of people mention the city of Riverside. The city of Riverside doesn't have an art commission, so their routes are a little different than ours. Also remember, former Assembly Member Jose Medina brought in the Cheech Museum, right? And that was a few years, like at least 10 before we were actually able to get it moving. So I just implore you to bring the same energy to the Arts Commission. I did look, there are 4 slots available, and out of the 4, so there's 4 slots available along with 2 teen slots for anyone that's in high school. So there essentially are 6 slots available. But I encourage you guys to come, help develop that, build the policy, build it from there, because we have a Festival of Arts coming up March 11th. That actually came out of the Art Commission. That's actually where that comes from. We're at the ground level. This is what we're looking for. This is what we are. And the arts is just more than murals. We explore everything in there. We explored different cultures. So we explored our Filipino community wanting to be recognized. We explored our Polynesian community wanting to be recognized. So there are a lot of things that are discussed at the Art Commission that I think are extremely important so that we can lay the groundwork of what we want things to look like in this city, and so we can get it off the ground. And even in there, that's where you'll come up with the discussion of how the funding may come. Is it going to be private, and is it going to be private and public, and where these projects can go? I think you're going to see movement a little differently. Previous councils, people weren't always at these missions, these commissions and boards. A lot of our boards and commissions didn't even have quorum. Art Commission in particular didn't even start meeting till their first meeting was in July of last year because we didn't actually have a quorum. So that's why I'm telling you, please join these boards and commissions. Please come out and have these conversations. Because I sat in those meetings and oftentimes it would be me, city staff, and 3 other art commissioners, and we would never hear from the public. So that's why I'm encouraging you guys, please come out tomorrow. It's right over there at the rec center. We'll be off into a room off to the side at 6 o'clock. And let them hear it. Also, you can, as I said, go online and apply to be on the Art Commission. So we can start working through this and getting it done. For anybody that has a teen out there, they also sign off on hours, because you guys need volunteer hours. They sign off on those too. But again, thank you guys all for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember David Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Boy, it's been a long night. Thanks for coming out and bearing with us throughout the evening. How many people have heard of Ken K? Nobody has? Yeah. He was an artist. I bought his painting. About 8 years ago in up north, and what sold me on it was what he had said about his paintings. He would always say, "Art is a therapy." It's true. I have a disabled grandchild, and we bought her that picture and hung it up over her bed. That turned things around for her. Believe me, it did. So I do believe in art. And not only it's therapy, but it brings people together, like a couple of the speakers said tonight. And that's what we need here in Moreno Valley. We need people to come together, regardless if it's art or anything else. But that's a start, which you're asking for. And I know we can do it here in Moreno Valley. Art, I look at it as in the comics, Peanuts, you got the kid and the dog. That would be nice to see it on a couple of these buildings out here. I mean, that's art, right? That's uplifting, because they're always happy with the dog and the kid, That's what we need. Also, maybe some of these murals can go underneath the freeway overpasses. I know you're going to say, well, Caltrans don't want you to touch their freeways, but I think we make enough noise. I think we can do that. Definitely can. So I support this 100%. I'm not an artist, but I'll tell you, I got a lot of pictures hanging up in my house that were painted. So I support it, and we'll get this thing off the ground sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Elena Baca Santa Cruz.
First, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight, and a special thank you to Rosie. I did actually speak about your mural, you being selected as the artist to do the mural for Moreno Valley College on the night that we approved this DIF fee to be collected. So I was thinking about you, and I did ask that we look, at that time, it was months ago, look for local artists. So I'm so happy that you came out. You're the people we're looking for. You're the people we're thinking about when we set this fund up. So this fund is set up. It's here for you. We do need policy. We do need you to go to the Art Commission and help us decide, what we're going to do with it. But this money is a priority for us. We did set it aside. And I also wanted to share, growing up, I grew up in East LA, and our back wall had a large brick wall. And once a month, we would go out there and paint over the graffiti until my mom let somebody come and put a mural up there. And then after that, we only had to color the green on the bottom where the grass was because they respected the art up there. So it did help. And I remember sitting out there watching him for, I think it was weeks for him to put that up. But that really did cut down on our painting time. So thank you so much for coming out. And we do support you. And we hope that you become part of the Arts Commission and bring these projects to us so that we can approve them when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'll try to keep these brief because I know I can go on and on and on. So I'll try to keep it brief because it's kind of late here. We still have some other items to look at as well. So first, I just want to commend everyone who's here. If you could please give yourselves a round of applause for sticking with us and coming out here, going out of your way to put the time in to, hang with us here pretty late at night. This is what community looks like, right? This is what it is. It's about the people, it's about the residents coming together, starting a movement, and pushing us, elected officials, to get things done, right? And that's what it's all about. And that's what's happening here tonight. It takes a lot of courage to step out of your comfort zone. It takes a lot of courage to come out and speak in public, but you all did absolutely amazing. I love the suggestions that have been brought up by some of the speakers, possibly working with the arts, with the Wind Symphony, excuse me. I think that's an excellent idea, Tom. Definitely working with the Arts Commission as well, and making sure that we go through those procedures. The funding, the public art diff is something that I'll say we worked really hard to put in place. It's, those discussions were going on for a while, and we looked at other cities, like Paris, Riverside, and they had these structures in place, and we said, why doesn't Moreno Valley have that? We can. We put it in place, and now little by little we're going to have money go into that fund. But there's definitely other avenues to get money, whether that's private sponsors, other public entities that we can partner with. And so I know it's possible. There's several grant opportunities out there as well that we can combine with all of this. So I know we can get it done. I also want to make sure that while we are going to be working with the Arts Commission, I also want to make sure that we're bringing in as much of the public as possible. And that is one opportunity, right? Going to the Arts Commission, expressing your opinion there. But I think maybe we can also expand on that and at our events, whether that's Springtastic or the Festival of Arts that's coming up, or even toward the end of the year for El Grito and Dia de los Muertos, that we can actually conduct essentially surveys, right, to give opportunity for the community to give more input, right, so that anyone who maybe isn't an artist, but they live here in the city, that they have those opportunities to give their input. So I would love to see that as well. Another part of this too, some of the speakers have talked about equity and diversity, right, fairness at the end of the day. And I think that, as you've heard from the entire council, I expect this to be a unanimous vote, it sounds like. And a part of this program, as we go through the process of establishing it, I would love to see equitable distribution of art in all of our council districts, right? To ensure that we're sharing those resources and that each council district gets to have art in their districts as well. So that's not just in one part of the city. So definitely would like to see that. Identifying locations. One of the areas, it was not my former district or anything, but now as mayor, I'm responsible for the entire city. And one of the things that I've talked about time and time again is that 60 freeway. In particular, that stretch from Pigeon Pass, Frederick Boulevard, all the way to basically Paris Boulevard. That stretch of the 60 freeway that has a lot of older buildings along along the freeway, on both sides of the freeway, that I think we could put a lot of art along those buildings, right? Just splash them with color, bring some life, so everybody that's driving through the 60 freeway to go to Coachella or Cabazon or whatever it is, they have to turn and see what Moval is really about, right? So I would love to see that as well, to, make that part of the program, that we reach out to these private property owners, local business owners that own these buildings, so that we can try to get them on board as well. So that'll uplift our community, add some more life to our community. I also grew up in Los Angeles. I spent some time living in Houston and Austin. All these big cities have a major art scene, and it had a major impact in my life. It could change your life dramatically, right? So I definitely am excited about this, and look forward to further conversations. I want to give a special shout out to a couple folks out in the crowd. Rosie Cortez, thank you so much for what you're doing, and for being one of those representatives here, that's standing up. And to have your work in the Cheech Museum is a very big deal. I know they just kind of mention it and have it as part of their public comments, but that's a very big deal. And so I'm just so proud that we have Moreno Valley residents own art in the Cheech Museum. You have people all over the country raving about it. Juan Navarro, thank you as well for what you're doing over in Riverside, and now helping us out here in Moreno Valley. Thank you for everything you're doing. And to the Aleman family, Genevieve, your mom and your dad as well. Jesse, thank you so much for everything that you're doing and helping us out here as well. So I'll just kind of wrap things up and conclude with, I look forward to what's going to come of this, everything that's going to be a result of this conversation. Look forward to putting the full power and strength and resources and creativity of all of us here at the city behind this effort, because it's not just about art, it's not just about uplifting the community, it has a lot of other impacts as well. So I'm excited for what's to come. And again, I hope that this is a unanimous vote so we can get this approved. So with that, that'll bring us to council action. So if it's okay with you, I'll make a motion here to approve staff's recommendations, and seek a second. Second, okay.
Just for clarification, what are the recommendations?
Brian, do you mind briefly just running through that?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff recommendations would be recommendation number 1, council to authorize the Assistant City Manager, Parks Community Services Director to work with the Arts Commission to develop a public art policy. The policy will reflect the mission of the Arts Commission and will include guidelines regarding submittal process, selection criteria, installation, deinstallation, insurance, agreements, community engagement, and fiscal analysis.
I got it, thank you.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second by Councilmember David Marquez, and please vote. And that is passed unanimously, 5-0. So thank you once again, everyone, for coming out, and look forward to seeing you at all of our upcoming meetings, Arts Commission and the Arts Festival in March as well. So thank you again for being here with us. And that will now bring us to item H2 on the agenda, which is a review of options regarding procedures for selecting the mayor pro tem. And we have a report from our city clerk.
I need to have media put, oh, there we go. Okay, there's my PowerPoint. I'll wait till they clear out.
Does staff need a break?
We need a break.
Like a minute or two?
Do you want to take a short break? Anyone? Brian saying no?
Brian's the only one.
Want to speak for everyone?
You know why
We're
we're not talking
okay.
about Brian? Because he's hopped up on the
We're okay.
We're not
We just
talking
wanna-
about Brian. We're talking about everybody else.
Everybody okay?
Everybody okay?
We're
Okay.
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 Are you okay? Good
Okay.
evening. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is review of options regarding procedures for selecting the mayor pro tem. So, at the mayor's direction, we have been looking for ways that other cities in California conduct their mayor pro tem selection. So we found that there are no state laws that govern the selection of mayor pro tem. There's no general law cities or other charter cities. The current process in Moreno Valley it's ruled by Section 4.1, Rules of Procedure for Council Meetings and Related Function and Activities. The mayor pro tem is selected on an annual basis at the first regular city council meeting in December. Nominations may be made without a second. If none received, a three vote process is repeated. The term is for 1 year or until a successor is selected. Section 4.1, the city clerk conducts swearing in of the mayor pro tem. Of course, it is, if it's deemed a ceremony meeting, no other business can take place. Options for selecting the mayor pro tem. Cities have come up with a variety of ways for selecting the mayor pro tem. Most common is the council election. Nomination for council members. Each council member nominates at an open city council meeting like we do here, and the city council votes on each nomination. If there is a tie, then a runoff is held, and the one who receives the most votes must be at least 3 affirmative votes, and that person would be appointed mayor pro tem. Option 2 is nomination. These are all options, by the way. We conducted research, and these are all options. Number 2 is the mayor nominates a council member subject to approval of a majority of the total membership of the city council. If the mayor's nominee does not receive a majority of the total membership of the city council, then the mayor nominates someone else, and another vote is taken until one of the mayor's nominees receives 3 affirmative votes. That's another way to select a mayor pro tem. Then there's the option of seniority. The council member who has been on the city council for the longest continuous period of time is automatically appointed as mayor pro tem. Number 4, second place selection. The nominee who receives the second highest number of votes from the city council serves as the mayor pro tem for the following year. If there is a tie, then a runoff is held, and the one who received the most votes, which must be at least 3 affirmative votes, is appointed by the mayor pro tem for the following year. Number 5, equal opportunity. This is where a council member who has not served as mayor pro tem for the longest continuous period of time is automatically appointed as mayor pro tem. Number 6, the council member who received the largest percentage of their district's popular vote is automatically appointed a mayor pro tem. Number 7, the council member who draws the longest straw is automatically appointed as mayor pro tem. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you need to answer any questions.
I think we all agree on number 7 up here, but we'll see how things go. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that report. And that brings us to council questions of staff. If you have any questions, please hit your button here on the screen. Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Madam Clerk, any public speakers on this item?
We have 3 speakers, Daryl Terrell, Roy Bleckert, and Luis Palomares.
My name is Daryl Terrell. I live here in Moville. I believe the current mayor pro temp selection process should be revised. Levy Def, Councilman, Mayor pro temp. But I support a rotational system for the appointment of the mayor pro temp. And I would like to present some proposed provisions. First, the rotational system will be based on seniority on the city council under the proposed rotational system. The council member with the longest continuous length of service of the city council will be appointed to serve as mayor pro temp. Also, a city council member, as they said before, not be eligible to serve as mayor pro temp during the first year on the city council. In addition, in the event that there are 2 or more council members who have served continuously on the city council for the same amount of time, seniority will be determined by the number of votes each council member received at the last election, where they were elected to serve on the city council. Also, under the proposed system, at the request of a council member, the city council may grant a deferral of a council member's term as mayor pro temp for good cause, in return to the rotation would require approval of the city council. Likewise, a council member may decline to serve as mayor pro temp. If the council member declines to serve as mayor pro temp, the selection of the mayor pro temp will be continuous, provided by removing the declining council member from the rotation. Furthermore, every council member who does not decline or defer their appointment would have an opportunity to serve as mayor pro temp in the command every 5 years. I think this is a better system. I think it won't be out contention. It'll be everybody get their shot. Everybody, every person, every district will have a representative be mayor pro temp. That's how it should be. It's simple. Then you wouldn't have to go through all the votes and things that we do go through, and it would bring a much continuity, I think, to the process. And also, too, that this system is a lot better than what I've seen, because I think everybody on this dais should be, except for the mayor, should be mayor pro temp. Plain and simple. No arguments. You go through the rotation process, you're done. Done deal. Call it a night. Thank you.
Roy Bleckert, followed by Luis Palomares.
Picking up on what Daryl said, and when this came up on the last, and that's why I recommended Elena Baca Santa Cruz, but this is the way it should be. Everybody that hasn't got a chance to be mayor pro tem should have the priority of having it served. And if you want to go with fairness, just as Daryl said, every district deserves a shot at having their representative in there. So just to give you an example of how this works, and this is very simple. We have 2 members that will be up for re-election. We don't know if they'll be here past 2024. So right now, either one of David Marquez or Elena Baca Cruz should be mayor pro tem, and then the next one should be. And then since Miss Bernard's going to be here 4 years, on the 3rd year, she would get on. And if the council is still the same and the priority comes up, then we could rotate it around to Ed Delgado or whatever. Everybody gets a shot. Even though, and a lot of times, and most times, and we've had our battles up here, and we will continue to, but just look at the parking lot deal. It was BB and D. I consider that a win. I don't care which 3 of you voted for it. Mr. Delgado, this is what I would say if you had a shred of ethics or a amount of decency. When that election came up, you would have said, if nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. My other colleagues deserve a shot at this. And I would implore you right now to resign the position and then recommend one of the other three be elected now so we could, again, everybody should have a shot. Even, like I said, even if I disagree, but the bottom line is the people of Moreno Valley elected you in your districts to represent your area. You deserve, your constituents deserve to have that position. Now, I want to hear the argument of how that is not fair or how it should be, and that should be the recommendations of how you put it together. And as you said, you can do it any way you want. Draw the straws, and with the history of Moreno Valley, that would probably be the simplest way so we don't look like a clown show. But maybe we can turn that around. Maybe we can start with this process. We'll see. Talk is cheap. But as I said, I listen to what you say. More important, I judge you by what you do.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
I believe, and this is my opinion, the way it's been going is good for me, good enough for me, because it takes 3 votes or more to get somebody on the mayor pro tem seat. And if it's not broken, don't fix it. And as far as I can't even imagine, I don't agree with Roy, and that's okay because we don't always agree. And Daryl Terrell, I don't always agree with them. But for the most part, we do. But I could not even imagine in my worst nightmares, David Marquez on the mayor pro tem seat. I can't imagine. He's been an obstructionist in the city. He's been in recalls. He's been et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, an embarrassment to the city. He doesn't even know what he's doing on that seat half the time. How could you, Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem, are you serious? Give me a break. Elena Baca Santa Cruz is up to it. Shalinda Bernard is up to it. They're educated. They know what the hell they're talking about when they're up there. They know the arena. David Marquez, all he knows how to do is, what bothers me, and also, vote down projects. That we need these DIT fees so this art thing could get up and running. Hey, but he's been nothing but obstructions and embarrassment. He accused me of putting my hands on him in a school board meeting, mind you. It never ever happened. False police report. He got away with that one. So saying all that, I think it's good the way it is. And keep it like that because it takes 3 votes or more. I cannot imagine, like I said, in my worst nightmare, David Marquez up there in that seat. He don't even got a clue what's going on. I'm Ed Delgado. I don't have to agree with everything you do, but for the most part, I do. And hey, let's keep it going. And I don't agree with your resignation. I don't agree with that. And it's okay. We could agree to disagree, Roy. It's all right. So let's keep it going like we got it going because it works. It works. It's not broken. Don't fix it. Keep it like it is because, like I said, in my worst nightmares, dreams, everything, I can't imagine David Marquez being on there. He's an embarrassment to the city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you. Have a good evening.
That concludes public comments, Mayor. I did fail to mention that if you decide to change the process, we'd have to adopt a resolution and amend the rules of procedure. Okay? Because we do it by resolution.
Okay. And that would be at a future meeting?
Yeah, at a
after
future
today.
meeting if you decide you want to change it.
Okay. Thank you for that
The
clarification.
council decides. Mhm.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay. So that'll conclude public comment for this item, and that brings us now to council deliberation. Any council members that would like to speak, please hit the button here on the screen, and I'll call on you. First, we have here Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado.
So when I first got here, I had no idea what the mayor pro tem was. then we go into this, and they nominated me. It got shot down the first time, but it wasn't all about me. So this ceremonial mayor pro tem is just that ceremonial. However, I do agree with the majority of the council. So in saying that, if the majority of the council tonight decides to change however way we do it, I'm all about it, because that's the majority of the council. So the way it is right now, I came in here, I've only been here a year and a couple months. The majority of the council nominated me, and it's not just because of me, whoever it was, that's the way it was. But if they decide, the majority of the council tonight decides that's what they want to do is change it, I'm all about it, because it's the majority of the council. But in saying that, that's the process we have in place. I'd like to keep it. Now, and Roy, I don't think ethics has anything to do with what I'm doing up here. If the decision to change and give it to Elena or to Shalinda, then I wouldn't care. Honestly, it's not about me. It's about what's best for the council. So whatever you guys decide, whatever my peers decide, I'm 100% on board. And I have no choice, but I'm just letting you know it's not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and say, man, I am not mayor pro tem anymore. It's not going to hurt my feelings. I 100%. But the way the process was set up, it is what it is. This council, actually, as a matter of fact, twice voted me unanimously. But that's because that's the way the process was. If it was different, they might have voted different. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next, we have Councilmember Shalinda Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. So I see we're trying to figure out the rules and procedures of possibly rotating Mayor Pro Tem, so I'll start here. I do think it should be somewhat rotational. I think the way it has been done over the last few years, and this is before Mayor Pro Tem Delgado got here, that it went from something that was ceremonial and rotated to it became this conglomerate where like one section had it. So I do think in the interest of fairness, I'm always about like the interest of fairness and spreading equitable and just spreading it around. I wish it was more like the city of Paris. If you ever see them do pro tem selection, they all kind of like, I don't want to do it. It's your turn. I don't want to do it. And they kind of rotate it, or they'll say, do it again because I don't feel like being bothered, right? So I kind of wish it didn't become this point of contention, which for whatever reason in the city of Moreno Valley, Mayor Pro Tem is a point of contention. Also, the procedure on how we do this, even though we do it a different way, is actually included in the mayoral duties. So although I know we're talking about it here, we are supposed to have a study session to go over the mayoral duties, and I feel like that's where we would pull this out and go over the entire thing to tighten it up instead of sectioning off a piece here and a piece there. So my question is, when is the study session for us to go over the mayoral duties? Because that will then take care of this. March, what date though?
The second week of March.
The 14th? Okay, so March 14th. So that's why I think that although we're trying to go here with that, that's honestly where the discussion would go, because we need to address the entire thing and it's in there. Yeah, like, because if this is the case, then we might as well from week to week to week pull sections out of the mayoral duties and pull it. But I feel like this is a proper discussion to have during the mayoral duties conversation, since that's actually in the procedure there. Even though we've been doing it the opposite way, it's actually in there how it's supposed to be done. And then we can take care of it one time, and they don't have to keep writing a different report and a different policy. Like, we can issue a policy one time and take care of all of it. Because it's not going to be like, the truth is, it's not going to be decided today, because even if we decide it's rotational, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado already has it. So there's really no rush to figure it out, because he kind of already still has it, right? And we decide this in December again. So if we go through all of that, then we know come December, this is the way it's going to be. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any comments? Okay. So I'll chime in here as well, and I'll kind of echo a couple of the comments that Councilmember Bernard brought up. And one of the things, I was on the city council as a council member for 5.5 years, for 2 terms, 5.5 years. I never once got the opportunity to serve as mayor pro tem, not one time in 5.5 years. However, the public obviously voted me in as mayor. So the public entrusted me enough to serve as mayor of the entire city, although for 5.5 years, for whatever reason, the council didn't, I guess, select me as mayor pro tem, which I really take that I don't take it to heart, because it is what it is, and I really don't think it should be as big of a deal as it's been made in the past. As Councilmember Bernard mentioned, that the selection of the mayor pro tem has just become such a contentious issue, such a divisive issue when it comes up. And I don't think any of us really want that. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but at the end of the day, the less division and, these type of things that happen that we have, the better. So this is kind of an effort to try to address that situation, make this more equitable, make it a more fair process. And I think that, I did ask for this to be put on the agenda. However, I didn't know everything that was going to be in the staff report. I just saw it for the first time when the agenda was posted. So I'm glad that you did, some research there and came back with different, options or ways that other cities do it. So that's good to see, because I wasn't aware of maybe half of those, that were on the list. So I definitely think that we need to change the way that it's selected. I don't think that it's best for us to continue with the way it's been done, which is, a nomination and then a majority vote. I also don't agree that, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado is Mayor Pro Tem right now, and he should serve out the rest of his term, until the next time, which usually I think it's written into our code is December. The second meeting in December. So I'm definitely not saying that we should change that or anybody should resign. I'm not saying that whatsoever. So I don't agree with those comments. But I would like to see this turn into a more of a rotational form to select the mayor pro tem. And of that list that was presented, I don't know if I fully agree with the seniority option, but the equal opportunity option definitely seems more fair. It shouldn't just be based solely off of seniority, who has served the longest, but slight change there that the equal opportunity would allow for whoever hasn't served, the longest period of time to be mayor pro tem. And doing this will guarantee that every member of the council outside of myself will serve at least one time during their 4-year term as council member. And I think that that's the best way to do it. I think that that's the most equitable and the fair way to make the selection of mayor pro tem. So to Councilmember Bernard's point about the it being, intertwined and included with the mayor duties, that is correct. To my knowledge, I'm not sure if it's included anywhere else. If staff would like to chime in, I know it's in the mayoral duties, but as you mentioned, City Clerk, it has to come back either way, no matter what the council does.
There's a resolution, procedures of council meetings, it's in there. It's a resolution, and we've amended it many times throughout the years. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, it's definitely something that, we could talk about in the study session in March. And I guess I'm kind of open to, I think I wouldn't mind if we, address it today and, make a decision on any changes. I'm definitely open to that. Staff already put the work in to, put the item on the agenda. Even in March, since it'll be on the agenda for the study session, we can't take any action. It's just discussions and all that. So it'll still have to be brought back to, a future meeting. So.
And I would rather have it brought back to a future meeting in one swoop than piece by piece. It's just kind of one of these things where, because the next agenda that we put out could be something else that falls underneath mayoral duties. So I kind of feel like if we're going to deal with it, I say just deal with it all together instead of like a little piece by piece. Like there's no real rush on figuring out the procedure for mayor pro tem today. We know what our options are. So when we come back for the study session, we know what our options are now. So we can focus and go that way. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think there's any rush either. Obviously, we don't do this until December anyway. So I'm open to that. We could discuss it more at the study session. We could decide tonight, whatever, a majority of the council decides, and then, make a decision. So those are my comments. I think I'll just kind of leave it there. Again, I'm open to making changes tonight or just waiting until whatever date it comes back to council for action.
Do we need a motion to put it on the 14th?
Yes, please. Just so
And that would be
there's
for the study
no
session.
ambiguity whatsoever.
For the study session.
Mayor, if I may also, I think there's some discussion about equitable rotation, but please define that because that is still very ambiguous. So the more direction you're giving us tonight, the better it is for us to put that in the study session report.
When I mention equity, it's just being able to give everyone a chance, right? All 4 members of the council an opportunity to serve as mayor pro tem.
So what is that being on a rotational basis? I mean, equitable based on...
Yeah. So of the options that were presented in the staff report, the one I personally think is best is the equal opportunity one, which it specifies in there, I believe, something along the lines of whoever hasn't served as mayor pro tem for the longest period of time becomes mayor pro tem, and then it goes from there. I believe that's the exact wording.
And then what if you have tie? Because every election you have 2 members that are elected, and what happens if you have both members? What is the deciding criteria on that? Those are things that we need more definition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think those are important questions, right? Because sometimes the terms could line up, the same, and then or 2 council members have the same amount of time remaining on their term. So that's definitely something that we have to dive into. And some of the public speakers had some suggestions there on how you could, I guess, break a tie. I definitely don't have all the answers, but some of the options were possibly basing it off of how many votes a council member received in the last election. Again, I don't have all the answers at this moment, but definitely.
But does that have to be clarified tonight? If we're going into a study session, we're going to break every item down on the mayoral duties, and that's just one of them.
No, I understand.
Are we going to break it down and give direction then?
Imagine how much time we're spending just on this one item. So the more clarity you give us, the better it is for us to bring something back, and we want to get it right. So that's why, to me, still ambiguous right now. If I'm hearing it's equal opportunity based on the term, and also based on who has the majority votes, if that's where you're going, then please make the motion to go that way. Otherwise, it is still a little bit ambiguous for us.
So I think I would just leave my comments at the equal opportunity going down that direction, and I welcome the rest of the council to provide their input. And I understand that you want as much detail as possible, but if we can't, I guess we'll get as far as we can in regards to detail on this particular one, and then we can have further discussions at the study session as well. So if any council members have any suggestions there, I welcome that as well. Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
I motion to bring the mayoral duties back to council in a study session on March 14th, followed by a meeting where we will take action on any changes proposed during that study session at a regular scheduled council meeting, which would be March 21st.
So just to clarify with staff, because I want to make sure that we're within the scope of this particular item. We know that the study session is going to be the second week of March. We know that the mayoral duties are going to be on that agenda. So Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz's motion, could we do that in her closing comments and take that vote? Because this specifically in regards to the mayor pro tem selection. It's not necessarily for anything else. Just if staff could clarify on that.
Yeah, you can do it here at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
It's germane to what we're discussing right now.
Okay. So just one more time, do you mind repeating the motion, please?
I motion to have a study session regarding the mayor duties, which is inclusive of the mayor pro tem selection on March 14th, and a second meeting, the following meeting, March 21st, for action to be brought back to the council with any recommendations from the study session.
Okay, and just to clarify, the study session is scheduled for the second week in March already, but I guess this motion would just kind of codify that and
Yeah, because it was
solidify
supposed to be this last
And
time.
so I think she's adding also that to include the mayor pro tem selection as part of the mayoral duties. And also, if determination is made on the study session, then staff is being directed to bring something back on the 21st.
Correct, and that's March 21st.
That is correct.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously 5-0. Once again, this discussion will continue to the study session in March, where we're going to discuss the mayoral duties as a whole, and we'll be able to proceed from there to the regular council meeting on March 21st. And that brings us now to the final item on H, which is H3, which is SB 1439. What's that? Okay. Do you want to
Yeah,
just
I'd
announce?
like to be excused. I'm not feeling well, and it's been hours, so I'm gonna go. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. So the last item here is SB 1439, conflicts of interest related to campaign contributions, and we have a report from our city attorney.
So the record should reflect that Councilmember Santa Cruz, Baca Santa Cruz has left. So.
Okay, thank you. And the report for you, Steve, for item H3.
So Senate Bill 1439 pertains to conflict of interest related to campaign contributions involving $250 or more. So we'll start with that. And since it's kind of late tonight, I think that the best way to describe how this works is to use examples. But first of all, just want to note that in late December, the Fair Political Practices Commission conducted a hearing, and at the end of the hearing, they had rendered a ruling that Senate Bill 1439 does not apply to any campaign contributions, regardless of the amount that were received in the year 2022. Okay, so when we count back, we're only going to go back as far as January 1st, 2023, and look at those campaign contributions. So here are some examples. So if a council member received $250 or more from a donor or donor's representatives or their agents, that council member may not vote on any matter that where that donor has a financial interest in for 12 months after receiving that donation. So from a practical sense, the way that this actually works is that if we have a project or something on our agenda item and any of the council members has received a campaign contribution within the last 12 months or as far back as January 1st, 2023, and that campaign contribution is $250 or more, then the council member will have to recuse him or herself from participating in that decision. Now, the other part of 1439 provides that if we have a council member who, well, any council member who votes on a matter involving any applicant, that the council members are prohibited from soliciting or receiving $250 or more from that particular individual or that applicant for 12 months following the final decision on that item. So that makes sense. We look back 12 months to January, but just to January 1st, 2023, because of the FPPC ruling, which excludes campaign contributions received in 2022, and we look forward 12 months to make sure, and we have to make sure that you know that you are not to solicit $250 or more from any applicant that appears before this city council. There's a twist. There's always a twist. And so Senate Bill 1439 applies not only to actual donors and their agents, but it also applies to what the law describes as participants. And a participant in some cases can actually be non-parties. So they're not, so there could be we can have an applicant before us, and we can have a neighbor who's going to be next door to this business that's being considered, or even a subdivision that's being considered. And if that neighbor objects to the project, or even if the neighbor supports the project, under 1439, that person would be considered to be a participant in that decision. Therefore, 12 months, you cannot solicit campaign contributions of $250 or more from the neighbor who is not the applicant. That's one of the twists in this new law. It's been suggested that to avoid violations of Senate Bill 1439, that council members consider self-limiting their contributions to less than $250. But apparently, Congressman George Santos, who self-limited his campaign contributions to less than $200 so he didn't have to disclose it, that doesn't seem to be working out for him. So I didn't want anybody to think I'm trying to advise you on how to circumvent this law. So that basically is 1439 in a nutshell. One of the other issues I just wanted to raise, because the mayor asked me to, is to address the issue of campaign contribution limitations. So under state law, if a general law city does not have its own campaign contribution limitations, which we do not have, we have to comply with the limitations that have been imposed by the state, which is currently $5,500 from a single donor per election. So, and that amount changes based on CPI. So every year the FPPC looks at it, and they will, if the CPI goes up, they will officially increase it. So currently it's $5,500 per donor per election. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Steve. So that will bring us now to council questions of staff, if any. And I do just have some quick questions for you, Steve. Thank you for that report. One of my questions, because this is a new law, and again, kind of like we've been doing for the past two council meetings, this is more just for educational purposes to inform the public, and also, especially in this particular case, us here as elected officials, as council members. So my question, because there seems to be some confusion about who exactly this applies to, and you clarified there that it applies to developers, individuals that are making contributions to a political campaign. Someone told me that this doesn't apply necessarily to some organizations out there, for example, labor unions or others. So is there anything in here, or FPPC opinion or anything else that has differentiated who's making the contributions and whether certain groups are exempt or not? I just want to make sure that we clarify that.
There is an argument that there's a possibility that this will be challenged on a constitutional basis with respect to the limitations that have been imposed. And so there's been some discussion about that, about how this should not apply to nonprofits. I suggest that we just wait to see what the FPPC does when it rules on this. But I expect it will be challenged.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just keeping in mind like Citizens United and federal laws that are in place that basically supersede state laws we'll see, I guess, what happens in the courts if it ends up there. And then my last question would be, thank you for bringing up the campaign contribution limits, because I'm trying to recall back when that state law went in place. I think this was last year. I believe this was January of last year, if not the year before that, where we actually had an item on our agenda to make a decision on what our campaign contribution limits were going to be in the city of Moreno Valley. And we had to decide whether we were going to just go with what the state had in place or if we were going to put our own in place. And maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but I remember at the time that we essentially decided to create our own and not put any limits whatsoever. But you're saying that in the city we default to the state, which is $5,500 per contributor. So just want to make sure that we clarify that, because that's very important, for us to know, or for anyone else who plans on running for office to know, moving forward. So
I believe it took effect January 1st, 2020.
Okay. Yeah, I know it was fairly recent over the past couple of years. So then just to make sure, one last time, in the city of Moreno Valley, the campaign contribution limits are set at $5,500 per contributor?
That's correct. And that amount is set by the FPPC on an annual basis.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Steve, for that information, that report. Any other comments or questions from the council? Nothing? I think all of us are half asleep already. So at this time, this is just a receive and file, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, and we do have public comment. My apologies on this item. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the public speakers.
We have two public comments, Christopher Roy Bleckert and Christopher Baca.
I swear, government, politicos, staff, y'all must sit around and dream up ways to make things even more complicated when they're already extremely complicated. Most people can't understand them anyway. It goes back, and I've said this many times before, you cannot mandate ethics. Mr. Two-Star Cop will probably back me up on that, maybe not. But you can't, crooks and thieves don't care about the law. If you want to be unethical, if you're going to do this, that, and the other, and he's nodding his head, they're going to do it. They're going to figure out ways around it. That's why we employ guys like Ed Delgado to go after and chase after these guys. Hopefully to keep us a semi-sane society. And we sit here and debate all this stuff and yada, 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 like this. And may I say, we're getting back to normal when 11 o'clock would be early to end a council meeting. But this is a prime number one example of why we're sitting here with this stuff and why we're talking about it. And we're coming up with all this complicated stuff. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's not going to make any difference. Because you can't mandate that behavior. You either got it or you don't. And that's for the people to decide who elect our public officials of that. And of course, we got to live with the consequences. But as I see, we spend too much time, energy, and effort trying to say this guy's doing this or this guy's doing that, instead of actually running on the public policy and doing the things that we should be doing. So that's why I bring this stuff up. Hopefully that we'll refocus. We'll get to the point of it. And may I say the two ladies again on the last issue, at least they got down to focusing and got to the heart of the matter, and let's move it on instead of, well, maybe we'll talk about this, that, and the other, and price of tea in China and whatever. So this is how it should work. again, just ask me. I'll tell you how to do it real quick. But that's what we should be doing. It's not going to fix anything, but hey, it's clarified. Let's move on with it.
Good evening, Council. In actuality, I'm completely in favor of getting rid of Citizens United, which is basically allows unlimited funds from a corporation to a campaign. I think the 12 months is not enough. I think it should be permanent, as long as some of these individuals that receive tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands from developers should be banned from voting on their projects, and that includes PACs. And like Roy was saying, there's ways of getting around it, and the PACs are one way. And I hope this thing includes well, I'm not going to get to the Highland Fairview people, but regardless, there's a lot of ways people get around getting elected with a bunch of dirty money. For instance, the recent special election, the guy got money from a certain developer to oppose other developer because he didn't like that the city allowed him to use some property or something like that. But regardless, it was a corporation that put in the money to run a campaign, to run a candidate in order to be there to oppose their project. So again, if I was mayor, I would be setting up study sessions on creating a charter, which, as it was previously proposed, to limit these type of donations from big developers. The city has been transparent in putting the 410s, I believe, online, and those are basically the contributions. I encourage all the citizens to go on there and look to see, and you can go back years and years and years, and you'll see Mr. Cabrera is there because of Highland Fairview for both his first two elections, Highland Fairview and other developers basically, bankrolled him into office. So I think we should actually elaborate and add more to this special interest contributions in getting people elected. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just dug into it and I
Yes.
found the exemptions. You're correct. It doesn't apply to labor contracts, and it also doesn't apply to any contracts that are competitively bid, which is going to include most of our public works contracts, if not all of them, or personal employment contracts. So if we have a labor contract, a personal employment contract, or a public works contract that was competitively bid, then we don't go through this analysis by looking back 12 months or looking forward 12 months. So there is an exemption in there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And it sounds like it's kind of an evolving thing, and we'll see how this proceeds as time goes on. So that'll conclude public comments on this item. And again, this is a receive and file, so no need for action on this one. We'll move on now to I, which is reports from the City Council. We have March Joint Powers Commission report from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
Tonight I'm providing an update from March Joint Powers Commission meeting held on Wednesday, February 8th. We heard a fantastic presentation by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Hunter about Southern California Air Show coming to March Air Reserve Base on April 22, 23. He shared that they are bringing incredible displays of precision flying by the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds and the Patriots jet team. The civilian-owned aerobatic jet team flown by former Thunderbird and Blue Angel pilots. The air show will also feature nonstop aerobatic demonstrations plus static on-ground displays. They will have the same shows both days. There will be no cost for attendance or parking, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we have report of RCHCA from Councilmember Bernard.
The Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency Board meeting happened on February 21st. The items that were covered were They included the City of Moreno Valley collected a total of $31,235 in Stephen's kangaroo rat mitigation fees in the second quarter of the fiscal year of 2023. And that concludes my report of the last meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. And the last report we have is RCTC, the Riverside County Transportation Commission. And I'll be providing updates from the commission meeting held on February 8th. The commission approved the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget adjustments for a net increase of $2,559,000 and $3,459,000 in revenues and expenditures, respectively. The commission also approved the release of the 2023 regional arterials call for projects for approximately $85 million of 2009 Western Riverside County Measure A regional arterials funds and $50 million in TUMF regional arterials. TUMF stands for Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee. That concludes my report on the last RCTC meeting, and I'm sure we'll be getting a lot of our projects submitted, hopefully get some funding from RCTC. That brings us now to I2, which is Employee Association report, and we have none tonight. Next, our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 3 items tonight. First, is there some discussion about our boards and commission? I think Councilmember Bernard mentioned that. So we could sign up at our webpage, which is moval.org/serve. We have 10 different boards and commission, and I think all of them, we have vacancies on those boards and commissions. The second item is just a reminder, we have our first Festival of Arts. We're featuring the artists and food truck. It's going to be at the Civic Center Amphitheater, which is Saturday, March 11th, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., and admission's free. So please come attend our first Festival of Arts festival. And finally, we are expecting a winter storm in the next few days. And just a reminder for the public, there are free sandbags at the maintenance yard and fire station, and also there's sand and sandbag at fire station 58, 48, 2, and also at the maintenance yard. That concludes the city manager's report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. That brings us to closing comments from members of the council, and we'll start with District 3, Councilmember David Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say it's a very productive meeting. I'm glad we're having these meetings again. I want to thank the individuals that came out for the art discussion. I think it's very, very, very critical that that we get started on that and get something going and get some painting up there. I do want to mention one thing. We have to have a mural painted with baseball on it, so, and maybe football or maybe ice hockey, but those are my goals. So you can put anything else up there, but we have to have those three, because we're an Angel fan here in Moreno Valley. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
I was gonna say, as long as it's a Dodger mural, I'm all right with it. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Shalinda Bernard.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for everyone that came out tonight to discuss everything. This was a very productive meeting. I enjoyed it. Also, I would like to say Happy Black History Month. I hope next year we can actually do a little bit more to recognize it within the city. I've had many constituents reach out about it, so I hope next year we can actually recognize it within the city. And I also want to give a shout out to Mountain View Middle School, who actually had myself and Councilmember Marquez come and do career day there. And I guess Councilmember Marquez gave the nuts and bolts of what we did, and I actually made the children act as their own city council and have them go through exactly what would happen. So it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate it. And thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
I just want to know who played Roy Bleckert in that. Again, yes, I just want to echo what they said. Thanks for everybody coming out. I think that once we start getting rolling on the Arts Commission and some of those artistic folks, I think it'll pay off. So that's all I have. Thank you. Good night.
Not my usual 10-minute spiel. I'll keep it short. Just 3 things here. One, I was going to bring it up, but Councilmember Bacasana Cruz left. She mentioned she's not feeling well, but been thinking a lot about the proposal that was made a few meetings ago regarding possibly changing our meeting days and exploring options to see if there are better days and times that fit for our council meetings. So just wanted to express that I'm open to that idea. I know there was a vote taken on that at that time. And again, I was expecting District 1 to be here, but she had to leave. So I just want to publicly mention that, and we'll see if at a future meeting that is brought back for a vote. Next, just in honor of transparency, the city has been doing a lot of marketing for our boards and commissions and really trying to get folks to apply on social media, our website. We've been doing a lot of marketing on that. And I just want to let people know that, and specifically the council, that I'll be putting the appointments to boards and commissions, or nominations for our boards and commissions, on an upcoming council meeting agenda in March, so that, in a public meeting, I want to let you all know that that's going to be coming, so that as we move forward, you're aware of that. And if you so decide, it's not necessary. And actually, in the past, council members were not allowed to interview applicants. I think that was very unfair. So I've asked staff to open it up to anyone. If any members of the council want to schedule interviews and meet with the applicants, I want to make sure that everybody has that opportunity. So just want to state that. And again, this is going to be coming to one of our upcoming council meetings in March. Last, I just want to close in memory of Tom Korsick, who passed away recently. And I know he has a lot of history here in the city, and he's well respected, well known by a lot of members of the community. So just would like to close tonight's meeting in his memory. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn today's council meeting here at 11:04 p.m. Thank you.